Big news, gamers. I bought 2 miniature pumpkins at the grocery store to improve the seasonal decor of my office. Now, whenever you watch this video, even years in the future, you will know that it takes place in October, which is not correct because it's like September 21st. But if you define your calendar by holidays instead of by the actual month that it is, we're in Halloween mode right now. It's the equinox. Yeah, I wish I knew what that was. Is the equinox when the moon is at its closest point to the earth? What the hell is an equinox? An equinox is equal length day and night. That makes perfect sense now that I think about it. I should have played more Xenogears so I could learn Latin. You know what pisses me off is that halfway through that joke I was like, Xenogears is German, idiot. It's like any other JRPG would have been better than the one that is obviously not Latin. It's like one of those rare examples where like the second closest facsimile is actually the furthest away. Like it's further away than something that isn't related at all. How's Kate? She's pretty cooked, honestly. Our household is kind of like the Vancouver Canucks. You know, you've got Elias Pettersson, you've got Quinn Hughes. I don't know which one I am. They're both very, very important to the fabric of the team. If one of them goes down, I mean, they can still hobble along as best as they can. If both of them go down, it's over. You might as well cancel your season tickets. So I am sleeping on the couch. It wasn't just trying to avoid communicative disease. I gotta tell you, I thought it was gonna be horrible to sleep on the couch. It was kinda sick. I'm really glad our furniture got delivered like 2 or 3 weeks ago. The tweet was not a joke. I really was like, I was pretending that I was on a first-class recliner seat on an airplane, which I've never had before. So I just went, I put my blanket on, I like laid down, I had a headphone in as if there was like white noise, and I was like, and I slept for like 10 hours. It was beautiful. Did you eat snack? That's all I did, brother. All I did was eat snacks. You don't have a spare room? Well, check this out. We do, but my parents arrived in Vancouver yesterday, so they are sleeping in it. Now, next to the spare room, there is a pull-out couch, which I thought that maybe I would sleep on, but then I realized that I don't want our toddler to get communicable disease either. So if she woke up in the night, I was like, I gotta be around to be able to handle the intra-night duty. So I returned from an elegant walk. Hello, Tomo. Hello. Hi. Okay, just... Hi, buddy. Hi. Show him? I'm trying. Like, just give me a sec. Because here's the thing. I'm on my headphone cord, but I can't move because he's so close to my chair that it would run over his paw. So I need him to move slightly away so I can move my chair back. Thank you. So that I can then reach over and bring him up. Hello, Tomo. Hi, buddy. You're so happy today. He's getting big, huh? What are you talking? He's like 9 years old. He's getting big. This is his size. Hi, Tomo. Hi. I gotta start playing Lies of P, buddy. I gotta send some Lies of P out in the ether. Okay, slash marker, Lies of P. Lies of P, Lies of P, Lisa P. How about continue me? Liza P, hold the Manelli. Is Liza Minnelli's middle name like Penelope? There's no way her name's Liza Penelope Minnelli. Like, that's just too... I'm just going to say it. It's too Italian. So, in the last... I know what I must do. Okay, hang on. I should... Where did I got killed by a large man last time. I remember that, even though it was 2 days ago. I'm going to go get my souls back. And then I'm going to go to my bonfire. I don't remember what they're really called, to be honest with you. And then I'm going to upgrade this weapon. I think I need to go to the blacksmith. And upgrade my weapon. Oh wait, I didn't even know there was a ladder over it. Dude, we're making so much progress. Because I feel like I'm at the point in like a Souls game where you should not be running a +0 default weapon you found in the dirt, right? Like we're past that now as a society. Why not? Well, you know, it's just a little embarrassing. My souls! I remember how to play video games. I'm insane, dude! A change has done me good, like Sheryl Crow. Are you gonna watch the GameStop stocks movie? 0% chance. And it's not even because I find, like, the content detestable or annoying or whatever. It's... Is it... Be honest with me. Is it coming out in theaters, or is it one of those ones that's like, on Paramount Plus, day one, you wouldn't believe the crazy story behind the invention of Harvest Cheddar Sun Chips. You thought that partially hydrogenated corn oil snack that you've been eating for years was just something they cooked up in the damn laboratory? No, man, there's a sordid history behind the Harvest. Don't even get me started. At the end of the movie, Samuel L. Jackson shows up and he's got a green bag of Sun Chips, and you're like, oh, what the hell's going on with this green bag? And he's like, I think I'll call you French Onion. And then it fades to black and you're like, oh shit. Anyway, it has Paul Dano in it, so it's probably going to be good. But I'm not going to see. Without being rude, I just don't see like much these days. I watch Meet the Parents. I only watch movies that have original soundtracks done by Randy Newman, apparently. When you're a fool in love, seems like the sky is up above. You know what I'm talking about?
I picked up traces of high-powered energy originating far away. That's one mystery solved. Why don't we make a Legion arm with it? Mr. Vanini is the expert.
I haven't used my Legion arm in 20 years.
But I'm pretty sure I can make one. The puppets get
Broken Social Scene is doing the 20-year anniversary of Let the People In, and I'm gonna go see it. Now, listen, I didn't bring this up on Wednesday. It's possible that I might be mistaken, but you mentioned that, sorry, not yesterday, but on Tuesday you mentioned that. You know it's not called Let the People In, right? Unless I'm missing something. It's called You Forgot It in People. Let the People In, I think, is a combination of You Forgot It in People and Let the Right One In, which would be, I mean, a musical spectacular the likes of which we've never seen, but Fulminous, a Legion arm that holds powerful electricity. It was a different guy who made the same mistake. That seems that's like a my son is also named Bort type situation. You could just understand why I would find that difficult to believe. I was proud of myself people think that I don't pay attention to chat. They think I'm like a normal streamer, but I'm like a speed reader. I'm a pretty you got to be a speedy reader because there's so much to read. I felt amazing when I saw Cock Sniffer in chat. And then I was like, wait a minute, you changed your name. What happened with that? And he says someone reported me. I was like, I got your shit locked up. I got it locked in the reservoir. That was a crazy snipe. It's not a snipe, it's just in there, man. I saw all the shit you typed in 2015 when you were like, ironically a Republican, and then some of you have brought it back and gone way in the other direction, and some of you are now like unironically like 24-year-old Republicans, and I'm trying to, the database is constantly refreshing the table, okay? I got you all profiled right now. You know, at the end of The Dark Knight when Morgan Freeman is like, I'm not gonna do, Bruce Wayne, I'm not gonna start the Patriot Act for you, because once you open Pandora's box you can't close it, and then Bruce Wayne is like, just open it, I'll close it. And Morgan Freeman's like, okay. That's basically what's constantly going on up here. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. Yes. I gotta get off of this, oh, not enough materials. I gotta get off of this inventory screen because I made fun of Kate for playing Honkai Star Rail, which I found incomprehensible. And now I'm doing exactly the same thing. So let's get out of here. Oh no, he knows I'm a bicycle urbanist? I got nothing against the bicycle urbanists at all. But I will say I was laughing because there's this group in Vancouver that's called like Vision Zero Vancouver, and their advocacy is like, let's design cities where nobody gets killed by cars. They're anti-car, but in I guess a practical way that is like, let's design safer intersections with greater visibility where people are incentivized to drive slower, etc., etc. And then there was like a reply in they're putting stickers on like dangerous intersections that are like, please be careful, like there's 109 accidents here every year or something like that. There's 60 accidents here every year. A motorist killed a cyclist here 2 years ago, etc., etc. I think it's interesting because when you're walking around, instead of just like, hey, this is the intersection of like Kingsway, Main, and East 7th, you're like, oh, I always thought this place was cursed. But actually, like, there's 400 accidents annually here. So I'm going to, like, definitely look both ways before I cross the street. Then people were saying, well, one person in the comments was like, it also, and I agree with this, so you could be mad if you want to be mad. But it said it also relies on pedestrians paying close attention, so that they're not like, you know, walking during the no walk signal on busy streets and stuff like that, so that they're not getting clipped by bicyclists by walking in the bike lane when they're not paying attention, they're just looking at their phone. And then someone replied and said, I know, it's crazy to me that every once in a while, I'll see someone waiting at a stoplight with their toes over the sidewalk, like not paying attention. All it takes is like one distracted driver to drive over your toes, and then you're gonna lose your foot forever. And someone replied and was like, that's because we as pedestrians are done ceding public space to motorists. And I was like, yeah, but it's your toes, dude. It's your toes. Like, I get it from a principled level, but at the same time, I'm like, they're gonna run over your foot, and then they're gonna lose like 2 points on their license, and you're gonna be like feeling that for life. Me personally, I'll just move my toes like 1.5 foot back from the sidewalk. All it takes, I mean, sometimes the curbs are only like an inch tall, man. That's not gonna stop like a GMC Suburban with, you know, some soccer mom's looking at her damn cell phone trying to make sure she's getting the right kind of lactose-free cheese string. That's not going to stop her from running over my foot. I'm insane. I'm insanely almost dead. I can break you. I can break these cuffs. Confirmed. Okay, so I honestly expected that upgrading my weapon would like triple the damage. And it did not. It did not triple the damage in the slightest. But it did add a little bit, I think, didn't it, folks? There you go. Look at... Oh, that's a classic right there. A new personal best. Meh. 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 Oh! I've been here? Apparently I've been here. This is the start of the area? Oh, so I opened up a shortcut to the start of... No wonder everyone was like, you're going the wrong way. The Still Creek Costco's gotten way too busy. I hear you, brother. I mean, the thing is, there's no winning at Costco. Oh, this is where we fought the lad. Yeah, okay. Even when people say, like, don't go during peak hours, it's still busy. Like, there's... Sometimes you'll walk into, like, a store. Usually it's a Subway, and there's, like, no customers. And you're like, this is amazing. And then sometimes, like, Costco, you just can't... You just got to accept that you're going to lose some time there. Costco is not a place where you can really go and be like, I'm going to shop efficiently. If I go grocery shopping by myself at a regular grocery store, I can get in, get what I need, and get out within like 6 minutes. I got a whole route planned. Costco, you gotta turn it into an adventure. You gotta be like, we're gonna spend 2 hours here. It takes as long as it takes. You gotta learn how to enjoy it. Well, I suppose I could have just walked across this the whole time, now that I think about it.
Accidenti. I have to stop them.
Dana Carvey? Also, you can get a poutine in the end. Well, no, I mean, listen. The poutine at Costco goes crazy. But the value of Costco is that it's cheaper. You pay $60 a year to go, and then if you shop there for your groceries, like every week, you'd save like $1,000 a year. But the poutine do be hidden.
All right, Benini. Pull yourself together. We have a duty to this city, and to your own sterling reputation.
I was in and out of Costco 25 minutes today. All I got was a flu shot and a hot dog.
No, easy now. No need to kill me.
It's a funny grocery list.
It's like reasonable people. Hold on. Geppetto's a friend of yours.
Kenneth Branagh is Vanini.
I'm fine. Please, help me find my butler Pulcinella. He's a puppet and a friend. Those stalkers were supposed to be working for me. My butler went to barricade the back door, and I have... The factory is, of course, my priority.
Okay. We will find Pulcinella. Dulcinea. Now, this is a little classic Souls walking here. This is where Jack Nicholson truly became the Joker, when he fell into the vat of greenness. I remember that. I said greenness, by the way. Greenness. Nothing else. How insane is it that Jack Nicholson was the Joker, man? How insane is it that Robert De Niro is in The War on Grandpa? Okay. There's no jump button, so that's fine. There is? There is? What's the jump button? L3? L3 when running? Oh my god. Saved? You can do it. Oh, I gotta do it north to south instead of south to north, because if I if I roll upon landing, I don't want to land in the vat. Ooh, okay, I'm alive. Hey, 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 hey. Is De Niro the one who has 6 kids with 6 different women? I'm saying this without trying to be funny. I feel like that's Nick Cannon. But I definitely did hear that Robert De Niro... Oh, you piece of junk. They primed me! I did hear that he can't effectively turn down any role offered to him because he has such a punishing alimony settlement. Oh, you motherfucker. You piece of crap. Nick Cannon has a lot more kids, but they're only with 3 women. All right. I thought they said Poggy Day. The Nick Cannon thing just blows me away, because didn't he have 2 kids with 2 different women that were born in the same week, or even like the same day? Like, that's just audacious, man. Like, if you have 6 kids over the course of 6 years with 3 different women, I'm not saying it like makes sense, but like you can sort of see how it would come to pass. But like you got 2 women pregnant in like the same 1 week period? That's like, well, I don't know. Don't you have a job? Like, don't you have shit to do? It just seems like it's a lot of work, man. Like, even if you take no precautions, you gotta hit the Cliffy B skill check like 2 times in a row. And it's not guaranteed. I mean, like, I understand statistically speaking, he might have just gotten lucky twice, but... Or unlucky, but I have to feel like he sees it as a blessing given his proclivity for it. I'm just saying. Just relax, everybody. Anyway, that's what I heard about Robert De Niro. I'm gonna get you. I would say every time. Jake Paul voice, it's every time, bro. Why is your timer impossible to time? There we go. You've been staggered. I'm gonna overheat to death regardless. Insane. I even got my SD back. One of the plays of all time. Get him, get him. I'm on fire again. That's okay, back it up. He's literally just a guy. He's literally strong as fuck, bro. No! I had him. I had him. Overcommitted. Oh. Yeah, it's crazy that Robert De Niro is going to be playing Travis Bickle in an Uber ad. Please, no. Can he even do that? Like, I don't know. Doesn't he need Martin Scorsese's approval or something? Honestly, I'm just trying to get my souls back and then you can kill me. Scorsese's a munch? Eating the beans that I cooked up for lunch? Is that what you're saying? Okay, watch this, watch this. Ready? I back it up. I smack it up. I smack it up. You know what? Stick to what you know. Still gonna die to overheat. Unless I'm able to build up meter. Don't kill me! Get out of there. Get out of there. Run for your life. We're so close to our next SD. Hold the louder. Get out of there. Get out of there, kid. You had SD. I just needed my window. Have you leveled up your weapon? That's what we did right at the very start of this. We've taken our weapon to level 3. We tightened up the graphics on level 3. Fire robots are hard, man. I mean, have you enjoyed a pumpkin spice latte this year? No, I haven't been to Starbucks. I kind of, like, I wasn't an enormous Starbucks guy to begin with. This is not a good start. I'm dead. I'm not a big Starbucks guy to begin with, but after they announced that coincidentally they were closing down the only unionized Starbucks in Vancouver, that made it even more convenient to just say, like, fuck Starbucks as a coffee shop. I did go to a Starbucks in Everett, Washington, inside of a Safeway. Kill me if you must. My wife had just gotten her wisdom teeth taken out, and she wanted a passion fruit latte. They shut down 3 Starbucks in Ithaca for the same reason. That's, you know, I read the article about it, and it was like, yes, they unionized, but at the same time, the lease ran out, and blah, blah, blah. It's just business. I'm like, it's not just business, you liar. You enjoy a masala chai recently? I basically just drink coffee. I'm basically just a coffee guy. I've thought about upping my coffee game a bit. Certainly yesterday when it became apparent that my wife was ill, I was like, if there's ever been a time to start going 2 coffees a day for a little bit, it would be right now. Yep, you got me, kid. But I think I'm just a 1 coffee guy. I will say though, I think I'm starting to understand. I don't think you can drink. Obviously you can. Let me rephrase. I don't think I can drink 2 coffees a day, but I think now that I'm getting up at 5:20 in the morning, most days, I could get up, drink a coffee to come back to life. Like to back the tank myself, and then around like 11:30 in the morning, I could drink a latte or something like that. Something that cuts the caffeine with 1 micrometer of milk. Dim Ergo Fragment. Isn't that the guy they introduced on the new episode of Asuka? No, that's Jin Urso Fragment. You know what? I'm realizing this is not a parry area. This is a dodge area. Look at the value we're getting out of the dodge here. Attribute Purification Ampule. There's got to be something there, right? Nope. Okay, watch this. You motherfucker, I'm gonna enjoy this. I'm kicking your ass. Do you mind? Never mind. Dude's got better accuracy stat in the clutch than Tom Brady and Madden 08. None SD. Kind of bad. Okay, but you know what? We play to win the game. I didn't think you could hot step me like that. I'm insane. Rebuild SD. Get him hard. I mean, hit him hard. Back off from the SD. There you go. Rebuild the second SD. They gave me no choice. He's coming up. That means we move. He's so cooked! Okay, not trying to get a perfect parry. That's annoying. Not trying to get a perfect parry on literally every attack and instead respecting the dodge is going to change my life. I'm not even sweating that. That one we should have sweated. Yep, okay. We're so close though. How was it with your parents yesterday? It was good, honestly. It's nice to have them here. I haven't seen my parents since April, and they're here for like 2 weeks. It's honestly just nice to have like a little another avenue for baby handoff. Like, it's nice for them to see their granddaughter. And it's nice for their granddaughter to see them. It also, like, I mean, this is just parental realism, even if it sounds negative. You have to remember that over time, we've come to realize that every mommy vlogger who says every day is a gift has gone to prison for, like, child abuse. And then I feel like that increasingly vindicates me for saying, you know, sometimes when you have a kid, there's days that are like tougher than others, right? Instead of lying to people. It is illuminated for me, I think, how burned out I am a little bit. Because watching my mom play with my daughter at the park, I was like, oh yeah, I remember, like, when I've had a chance to rest and get refreshed and like take some self-care and focus on myself a little bit, this is the energy that I have when I'm playing at the playground. It's not like, oh, what is it this time? Oh, the swing? Of course, the swing. All right, it's always the swing with you, isn't it? Oh, and let me guess, next we're gonna do the slide. Okay, that one hurt. Good SD though. No choice but to stand in there and then... Alright, Silence, I own you. How do I do my visceral on you though? You must have a weak point that I can attack for massive damage. I've broken your weapon! Now, please don't get new attacks as a result of that. I shouldn't have stood in the heat, but... Okay, that... Seems like that's how it goes in Souls sometimes, right? You're like, one dude is like, oh, I couldn't possibly beat him, and then the next time you beat him using like half of your heals. You really do be like that sometimes. Having a kid made me move closer to my folks for the same reason. I hear ya. You know, I used to... Well, you know what? It made me realize Ray Romano in Everybody Loves Raymond was a fucking hack, bro. Nah, that's okay. This must be a boss. Like, Ray Romano is so upset to live across the street from his parents in the show Everybody Loves Raymond. And you know, when I was like 11, I was like, so true. My parents won't let me eat all the potato chips I want to eat. It's so annoying. And now that I'm 34 with a kid, I'm like, holy cow. This guy's got... He's got beautiful kids, a stable job in, like, print media that doesn't even exist anymore, a loving, hot wife, and a supportive family, plus a 7'5" police officer brother, so he's above the law. Like, what is Ray Romano complaining about, man? King's Flame. Fuoco. So far, so good. Sounds like the law is above him. So true. I mean, when the law is Brad Garrett, what can you expect? What was his job? He was a sports writer. If I remember correctly. And you know he was in it for the love of the game. Seems like most sports writing personalities these days basically just got into it to finance their gambling habit. Ray Romano did it back when that shit was still considered illegal and morally questionable. He probably had a bookie, but I'm saying it's a little different than just being able to boot up your phone. I'm ready. I'm still ready. I'm still ready. Oh, I'm ready. I'll double heal on that one. At least it seems like we're doing good damage, man. Better than we used to, at least. We circle. Coming at me a little hot on that one, no doubt about it. Don't forget about Fulminous. I don't know when to weave it in. I'm sure there's a good opportunity somewhere. Lil Bro's breaking the whole factory. Lil Bro thinks he's Karl Marx for real. Hyper stalled piece of decrepit piece of crap. Okay, much, much better though. Slapping it in his damn ball. Pretend it's the ovens of Subway? I don't know what you want me to do about that. Hey, NL, have you managed to not get sick? For now, yes. I mean, this is one of those times, I understand that this is not how germs work, but I literally can't get sick. So, I won't. Because it must be. Isn't that how quantum computers work? I'm just calculating the best solution. I'm not saying I lack the ability to get sick. I'm saying if we live in a just universe, a benevolent God would not let me be sick. Now, the cruelest God of all time would have me already be sick. So it's possible we're dealing with something in the middle. That was a good one. As soon as I saw the wife was sick, I opened up every window in the house, cranked up all the air filters, and took my multivitamin. And basically, I walked into our bedroom like 3 times just to see if she needed anything to make sure that she was not dying, and then went downstairs and slept on the couch. How was the couch? Honestly, not even close to as bad as I expected. I was out like a light and I slept uninterrupted basically till like 7 a.m. It was kind of amazing. I also don't... that was bad. I also don't know if... I mean, this sounds like it's... like I'm living through a war zone, which I'm not. But I feel like the times when I feel the most misery within the confines of, like, domestic tragedy is when things are, like, 65% bad. If I'm like, I have to do something I don't want to do, but oh, I really don't want to do it, but I have to do it. Oh, life is so fucking hard. I should just live my life like Bukowski, right? But then when shit gets like 95% hard, I'm like, let's go. Grandpa was in a damn shipping container getting offloaded at Juno Beach in Normandy. My ass we're going single dad mode for as long as it takes. It's like when I was talking about, well, I think I literally told the story like a week ago, but it's the same thing. When I was talking about it with another daycare dad, when we were talking about norovirus, he was like, honestly, sometimes it's harder in terms of the amount that you have to do, obviously, when it's just you. But it's sometimes easier psychologically because you know that the cavalry's not coming. Like, it's just you, so figure out a solution. You're Jim Lovell. This is Apollo 13. The CO2's bubbling up in your blood. Like, figure it out or die. It's crazy how much I own you. I still own him. That's a great spot for an ult. Oh, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Lil bro, so stunnable. Okay, that was progress, though. That was progress. Yeah, like in a normal week, there's times where I might be like, oh, I can't believe I'm doing the dishes again. If someone in your house is sick. I mean, this is a bad one because we got a sink full of dirty dishes right now. But honestly, like, something had to give yesterday. But when you know, if it's just you, you're like, well, fucking nut up, do the dishes. Or don't. Wait, your Y can also pop the stun? What do you mean by pop the stun? Do you mean that when he's stunnable, the Y will trigger the stun? Or do you mean that it builds the meter that lets us stun? My sharpness! Look out for my next single, it's called My Sharpness. My sharpness makes all the pretty girls want to dance and take off their underpants. My sharpness makes all the pretty girls want to... Bad use of a heavy. Pretty good fight so far, though. Legit the worst attack he's ever done. Oh no, little bro got stun locked. Oh, never mind. Get ready. Yep. Oh, you know what? This is where I'm gonna want to have those ampules ready. Bro said it's his day off. Didn't expect part 2 and 3. That's okay. We're healing up. I'm crazy. I do not have an ult. If I had an ult there, your life would already be over, just so you know. Roll, 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 roll! Backstep, roll! Okay, hold, stand. Try not to get hit by pitch. Relax. I have to close the gap. I need Stam to close the gap. I don't want to fight you in pitched battle. Extremely lucky. That one's just, I don't think I've ever seen it before. Oh! I had him on the ropes, too. The one thing I think is funny, I guess this is true about From Software games, too. It's funny how they say that those red attacks are like, you can't dodge them. But then you just absolutely can. Removes overheat. Removes special statuses. Increases attribute resistance. Okay. You can't block them? I thought in the tutorial it said you can't block or dodge. Perhaps I'm mistaken, though. Sorry for the Coke Zero burp, by the way. It does say that. Okay. I know you can perfect parry. That's what I've been fucking doing. Sorry. Like, you're more than the game's instruction manual. This is not a test. I'm not grading you based on how well you understand the game's basic mechanics. You can see it on the screen for yourself. That's pure greed. You're not really dodging, you're just moving out of the way. Do you hear yourselves when you say these things? Alright, I will be dodging. This guy's red equals dodge. That's what I've learned. I'm stamless. I've earned another heal. Well, you still didn't take that much damage from that, honestly. Forgot about the kick. I don't think I've earned a heal here, personally. Now I think I have. Bro, look, bro, you're standing on the circle. Get the hell out of town. He opted to not go. Oh no, he's going fire mode in the center of the arena. He runs a podcast about how to get rich investing in the zero interest rate environment. Now we need to get our ass to Mars, dodge those. Can I get some up close and personal flamethrower attacks, please? We dodge those, apparently. Good kick. He got me there. Punted. When your daughter hit 2, did she start getting physically violent, like kicking and hitting stuff? Yeah, a little bit. Every once in a while, she'll, you know, I'll be like, it's time for bed. And she'll be like, no. And she'll kind of smack me a little bit. And then I go crazy mode on her. I say, hey! You gotta remember as an adult, the power that you have. Like, it's... trying to think of the best way to phrase it. Like, your kids should feel safe around you, but when they do something that's completely unacceptable, like hitting you, like, she shouldn't hit anybody, but the last person she should be hitting is me or Kate, because we're the, you know, the light of her life. We give you everything. I guess at the end of the day, I would rather you hit me than hit a stranger, because we can work it out in like a safe environment. Horrible fight so far. But at the same time, it's like a slap in the face. It's a complete betrayal when I'm like, you would hit your parent after everything we've done for you. But then when they test boundaries that are unacceptable, you know, like when they try to lick the toilet seat or they smack you in the face or something like that, that's where you go, hey! Don't forget about the fact I'm like a silverback gorilla. If I wanted to, at any point, I could rip all the limbs off your torso, okay? It's because of my kindness and my respect for our family that we don't do that. But there's terms and conditions that we have to be beholden to. We don't enact physical violence on one another. We treat each other with respect, okay? And then she's like, damn, fine. But you have to use your dad powers, like, sparingly. You have to use, in my opinion at least, you have to use it for only truly important stuff. You can't be like, hey! Eat your broccoli! Because then you lose the efficacy of it when it really counts. And that's what I seem to see a lot of dads messing up at Disney World. But anyway, I digress. Also, I own you. We already knew that, though. Totally worth it. I have to figure out when to own you. It's right now. That's the moment of owning. It's such a... I'll just eat that attack every time. He's going thermal mode. He didn't even make any fire. Please, let me heal. Okay. Oh, come on. 2 attacks at the same time? Let's get in there. Let's get some damage done. That one's got to be pitch perfect. Call me Anna Kendrick the way that one's got to be pitch perfect. Yep. Didn't use the potion? I mean, that's for the best, honestly. At that point. Saving it? No, I mean, you can go back and watch the footage. I switched to my, I switched to the lower belt. I pressed the button to start drinking it, but he caught me with a projectile before it happened. Crazy. Good start. There's a little bit of pepper. We pepper you. That's a great start. I'm going to back up and heal. Good start. Don't get greedy, kid. That's greed. That's the definition of greed. That's just a tough one. That's a good combo. You followed it up nicely. I'm going to give you a 7 out of 10 on that one. Kick comes out pretty fast. I missed the thrusting baton. It was funny. It was horrible. I mean, it was like... It had no damage and no range. It was like the average Eden run post The Binding of Isaac Afterbirth Plus. Like, it didn't make sense anymore. +2. Okay, that's just not the way you want to handle that one. Don't worry though, they buffed shot speed. Do you think you could beat Mom still after all these years? I'm sorry. Yeah, I think I could probably beat Mom after all these years. I don't think that would be much of an issue, quite honestly. I'd probably take a little more damage, I'd have to imagine. It's been a while. I don't even think it's been all these years either. I think it's been like a year and a half, 2 years. Then again, every time you take summer vacation, you do forget how to do long division. So I ain't mad at you. I'm insane. I'm actually crazy. He's going! He's going thermo mode. Wrong place to stand. Look at that though. Seamless. Whoa! Didn't expect him to hit me with the up close and personal. Me personally, I prefer not to fight you like in the tar corner, but call me Lydia the way I be here anyway. I'm on fire. I'm gonna die because of my fire. Oh, we were so in there. Apparently the item I got was fire resist. Should probably put that on. It's a great idea. I had no clue. Amulets. Increases max HP. Increases damage inflicted on puppets. Defensive parts. The hell? Physical damage reduction rate. Which one is fire damage reduction rate? Holy cow! Now that is an improvement. I know my weight being higher will make me roll less good, but still. Let's just try it with that one upgrade. I can always take off the donkey head. Yeah, it's getting a little old by now. The donkey head stays on during sex. That is just not smart. By the way, I have to tell you, I'm not like most people. Extreme greed. Wait, did I not take damage there somehow? Or did I just recover very quickly? I was out with my parents yesterday. We were at the playground, 11 a.m. I swear to you, almost everybody that I saw looked identical to the I was out on an elegant walk guy. Every single person. I was wondering why I never see guys like that in real life. Apparently it's because they're doing all their errands at 11 a.m. on a weekday. How? Okay, that's unfortunate. I don't know how to describe it. It's just, okay. Curly-haired young men with strong jawlines. I saw what honestly felt like at least 5 or 6 of them. One of these days I'm gonna get you, brother. Get stunned. Oh! We finally got it though. Wait, that's me and that's what I do? Also, I felt like I was losing my mind because I was taking my parents out for lunch at this restaurant. Every time I've been at this restaurant, it's been on a Saturday, and there's been like nobody inside of the restaurant. And I've been like, this place is cooked. We went to it on a Wednesday at 1 p.m. Shit was fucking full, bro. It was bumping. I'm more used to the kind of like weekend dynamic where on the weekend people are going out to eat. This restaurant is a weekday restaurant. And people are like, this guy finally discovers lunch hour. I'm telling you, these were not mid-work professionals, okay? It's a different demographic here. These were not reservations at Doorsy, okay? This was not the tractor at the corner of West Georgia and House Street. I shouldn't have committed! Me when I accidentally pushed the production? You know what I'm saying? Do I know what I'm saying? Commit, commit! I'm going in on him. I don't care if he lights me on fire. We got a shot. I knew it. I was trying to dodge it. Some of those attacks you can dodge, some of them you can't. He's crazy. You gotta heal those. You gotta dunk those. Ten times I didn't understand the assignment. The assignment was having stamina. Get the fuck out of there, bro. I'm on fire. Okay, calm down. Oh. Oh. So close. This guy's no problem. We got him figured out. Who's your favorite Dark Souls 1 boss? I would have to say Pinwheel. I think Pinwheel's always been emblematic of like good design. He's really scary too, because I've never seen him actually do an attack. So like every time I fight him, I'm scared that he's going to do something I've never seen before. I think it's that kind of like, it's that potential that scares me the most. What is that, a 7-piece attack? I'll just be honest with you, I haven't earned an Estus yet. I need to see something to tell me I've earned it, yeah. I'm realizing, by the way, it's crazy to me how people are coming to the stream and saying, wow, this is really like a From Software ripoff, huh? Yeah, that's why it's good. All of the other From Software ripoffs, the biggest problems that I had with them were the things that they changed. In this one, I'm like, this is the best non-From Software game. And it's because they literally just put the shit in a Xerox machine and said, like, run it back, but slightly worse. Which is really what it is. It's not slightly worse than like Sekiro is still really good. Now, I've not played Neo, okay? I've not played Neo. Okay, but just eat me. I mean, I'll get eaten by you is what I mean to say. Again, around here, you have to earn your Estesis. I'm tapping the X button like it makes the loading go faster. Chat be like, why they copy so much, then go play Pokemon? It's me, I'm Chat. Hey, but did you see starting on September 27th, you can get Galarian Growlithe with increasing frequency from following routes? We're so back on Pokemon Go, by the way. I have, like, I would say 6 to 8 people sending me gifts daily. I can actually afford, like, healing items to use my favorite Pokemons now. It's a new world. How's raiding going? Non-existent. Every time. Stand me. Tell Niantic we will not be doing the raids. Get his ass. Diablo's Community Day this weekend? Bro, who cares about Diablo? We're talking about Pokemon Go, the best social game ever made. Why every time? Why try to sidestep? You know why? Because the sidestep works on the other attack. The game's teaching me bad lessons. No, I haven't played the Monster Hunter Niantic game. I can only give you my opinion. I'm not like other gamers that are trying to tell you like this is the way it should be forever. By the way, I said, okay. Sorry. I was about to issue a personal attack against another individual, but in the wake of all the Microsoft leaks, I saw a tweet. I'm so sorry for this librarian. I don't know if you're going to be able to find it, but it was like a tweet from a... I guess what I'm trying to make fun of is like grown adults who are really invested in the console war. Like if you're 12, I get it. But there's actually like people over the age of 18, possibly even over the age of 40, whose name is like Xbox is better than PlayStation. And they all pay for Twitter Blue. And I saw it was like Phil Spencer walking into E3 2027 after they buy Nintendo. And it was like a scene from an Indian movie where everybody's doing like a coordinated dance. And it's got Phil Spencer's head superimposed over the lead actor like a jib jab. And then like he's getting flanked by two individuals. One of them is Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft. The other one was Joe Biden. And they were all doing the dance, and then they like keep walking into like a bigger room where there's like more people, and they all have like games industry heads on them, like doing the dance. And I'm like, how fucked up does your life have to be to tweet that, man? It's so like you're an adult. Just full stop. You're an adult. Like you don't have other stuff going on. You're like. The video game console that I bought is gonna beat the video game console that I didn't buy! Phil Spencer texted me the frick back. Okay, horrible start. I used all of my stam. Led Zeppelin voice. Hooked. Yeah, fair enough. I just can't imagine, like, being an adult. Well, I guess... now, like, everyone was like, yeah, so true. But then, like, I'm going to take it to the level where it's sort of, I guess, more real now. I just can't imagine being, like, that into the fandom for anything as an adult. To the extent that you would make like a detestable meme like that with no value either culturally or even from like a sense of humor standpoint. I saw it as well, like a tweet that was like, who's the lead actress from Killers of a Flower Moon? It was like a picture of Emma Stone, and it was like Emma Stone's reaction after finding out that Lily Gladstone is competing in Best Actress instead of Best Supporting Actress. And it was Emma Stone going like she's upset. And I was like, I get like you work in the film industry, but like, I just can't imagine. I don't know. I that's just a joke though. I mean, it is. I mean, it's a joke about something you care about. I'm trying to do this bit in the most good-natured way possible without like falling prey to let people enjoy things. But I am like you're not them. Like if you're Phil Spencer, I get it. Phil Spencer's like me. If he sent a meme in the group chat that was like me walking into E3 2028 after Microsoft buys Nintendo, and he sent that GIF, I would be like, of course, he's him. And if Emma Stone in the group chat was like, my reaction now that I see that Lily Gladstone is running in the Best Actress category instead of Best Supporting Actress, I'd be like, that's you. But like when they don't know you, I'm like, you gotta start taking ultimate frisbee intramurals at the community center. You gotta fill up your life with stuff that's relevant to you as an individual. That's just my 2 cents, though. I'm not telling you how to live your life. Hang on. This guy's so ownable. Always be circling. Always be ulting. More of that attack, please. I forgot what button was it there? I own Microsoft stock. Do I get to post that? No, that's, with all due respect, I know you think that maybe it does mean you get to post it, but it's actually even worse when people are like, their Twitter account is like, I'm an MSFT shareholder, and like all their posts are about like how good Microsoft is. I'm like, you're not even like a person anymore. You're like a shareholder first and like a human being living their one life on planet Earth second. Even the dude who's the CEO of Microsoft, like the first thing in his Twitter bio is probably like husband, comma, father, comma, inventor or something like that. And your ass, the first thing in your Twitter bio is I own Microsoft shares. Like, just look at the Patriots. Surely you gotta understand the difference there. I have no stamp. Fuck the Seahawks, by the way. Excuse me, they're my favorite football team by virtue of being the closest one to me geographically. Okay, I'm gonna give you the keys to the kingdom, chat. Every time I die because I'm not using a heal, when a heal would obviously be the right play, please say he thinks he's hot. Because that'll be very annoying for me to hear. And that will incentivize me to play better. Not he thinks he's hot, he thinks he's Hob. Hob, the gamer, Hob. The Happy Hob, Dark Souls hitless, everything hitless, Macros' favorite streamer. He joined us for that charity Warzone tournament that time. What are you doing? Stay out of the fire! I'm trying to heal, okay? It's that simple. You're gonna have to block that at least once if you want to beat this guy. Get his hands. He's going fire mode. Get out of there. Okay, that's fine. Pop one of those before we die. Switch back to Estus. You might get one back soon. No fire, please. Mission failed. Okay, honestly, that's hard. He thinks he's Hob. I didn't have a heal. You're using it incorrectly. You got to use it correctly. It's really hard. I was, you know, operating under the assumption he would not use his gun at point blank range. Obviously, it didn't work out that way. Have you talked about Dan being on that TV show yet? No, because it's not confirmed, right? Dan doesn't tell me anything. I mean that sincerely. Have you ever tried, have you ever tried to ask him a straight question? The dude is a social master. You'll be like, what'd you have for lunch yesterday? And he'll be like, okay, Ryan, Gary, first let me ask you this. What do you think that I would have for lunch if I was you? And you're like, I don't fucking know, like a Caesar salad? And he's like, you may be right. You may be right. And then he completely changes the subject, like the next sentence he says. So I have no idea if he's going on it. But he's incepted my ass too, because I Googled. Yep, fair enough. I Googled, was it called Traitors or something like that? I Googled Traitors Season 2 cast and was like, is Dan confirmed for this? It's called The Traitors. It's confirmed now? That's sick. I will be watching. Kylian Mbappe meme image, we will be there no matter what. I also heard that it's like the easiest show to commit to because it's like filmed in 2 weeks instead of 3 months. It's on Peacock. No! Wow. Wait, I get real NBC, dude. I get real NBC. I can't watch it on a real NBC. I can't get like a friends and family pass or something. Oh, that's a good one. Stam. He's so breakable. He's so baby. I'm going for it. That didn't go for it at all. The hell was that? Imagine if it was on Prime Video. So true. The watch parties would go crazy. I know I've said this before, and not everybody agrees with me. I'm sorry for prefacing every sentence I say with "this is just my opinion." I promise I didn't talk like that before I was a pseudo-public figure on the internet. Hang on, I'm focused here. It's bullshit. He's so breakable. What? Bullshit, bro! He's not stunnable when he's doing his thing? His stagger window is over. You know what? You're over. Out of your mind, Gabi. That is, I'm pissed now. Anyway, I was gonna say, it's crazy that the online streaming landscape is so cooked that I don't know if they could make a show good enough that would incentivize me to log into my Amazon Prime Video account. I will probably always have it because of the fact that we use Prime for shipping, but like, I mean, I'm not watching anything to begin with. But if I got like 20 minutes to watch something, my ass is not starting with like, hang on, let me open my password manager. Thursday night football? If they got some hockey, I would log in for sure. Certainly would beat the pants off Sportsnet, but worth. All my homies hate Sportsnet. It's the worst network out there, next to TSN. Good hit, kid. Good hit. Yo, my wife and I are eating Subway right now. Guess our orders. Okay, but here's the thing. If I guess your wife's order, nobody in chat can ever call me a misogynist ever again. I'm going to say I don't have to get it exactly right, but like if I get the order right, then that counts, okay? No deal, fuck you. Because I already know that women love sweet onion chicken teriyaki. Tell me I'm wrong. You know what's great? I bet like 500 people are going to be like, the sushi bit was too far, but he's right about the sweet onion chicken teriyaki stuff. So true, so true. Oh, man. Accurate but incorrect. Okay, I can live with that. Well, you got yourselves a special lady then, if she didn't get a sweet onion chicken teriyaki. I've earned a heel. Yeah, I earned that one. Bullshit. I'm alive? Still earned it. Still earned it. He's so baby. Shit's gonna drive me insane, man. Oh, run. Got a note to self, hyper stall on that one. Note to self, he thinks he's hot. Excuse me, I have no heals? What if we just popped one? Sanest ult of all time. Go in. Go in! Go in! That was a crazy ult, bro! Woo! I didn't read any of this shit they just put on the screen. I was mashing the button like a fiend. It's crazy too, because now that we know that Dan's going on the show.
What do we have here?
No!
Puppet.
You know exactly that's when the Elden Ring DLC is going to drop.
Second floor. Think it belongs to him? We gotta ask what happened sometime. Now's good.
What the scallop? I'm sorry. I am Superman. And I can't. Thank you, REM Poster, for grounding me. Can I say, by the way, Librarian, I'm not doing this, I'm not upset with you, okay? But I feel the need to defend myself. This happened again when Dan sent me the verse for Acquiesce, and he said, here's where your part starts, and then I recorded it, and then when he sent it to the editor, they moved me like half of a measure offset from when they told me the start was going to be, so my flow was all jacked up and stupid. Not to say that it would have been great to begin with, but like they literally started me at the part of the song that was not where they said I was going to start. You got the same thing going on with the Cool Ethan song. You got the piano starting after the vocals start. It's like my voice is ahead of the piano. We need to start the piano a little bit earlier. Now, nobody else but me has seen Slackers, so nobody else noticed, but still, it's okay. You don't need to remake it, I'm just saying.
They really did a number on you. Pulcinella was proof that puppets possess true courage. I will not rest until
I'm the one who asked about Slackers. Okay, you and me, Nolan Soft.
There will be ample time for that. First, I must thank you for a truly heroic piece of work. The factory is ours again. The puppets are going to be
Hear,
in
hear.
really bad shape after this. Let us return to the hotel and rest while we can.
What do you mean, us? Who are you? Yeah, of course, Mr. Jensen is so nice. I'm gonna give him the double stitch for free. One of the people on Dan's season is John Burkow, former UK Speaker of the House. That's crazy. To put that in familiar terms for my Canadians watching, that would be like if Ryan Malcolm from Canadian Idol went on The Traitors Canada Season 2, and one of his opponents was former Speaker of the House, MP for Kingston and Thousand Islands, Peter Milliken.
I'll use my power to help you.
I appreciate that, thank you. So I realized I need more stamina, and I could always use more damage. Thank you. Can you put it in American terms? Yeah. It's like Dan Giesling going on The Traitors Season 2 with former Speaker of the House John Boehner.
If it isn't my savior. Glad to see you made it back in one piece, my... There you are. Without the... if the name... It's a grinder stone.
A grinder stone? They grant special effects to your weapon. You can use a special grindstones effect in battle only once, but it recharges if you revive or visit a stargazer. Ooh, that's pretty cool. You don't know if it's resin. Nobody's made it further in the game than I am right now. This is a world's first. Well, get this busted grinder out of here. Give me... Where's my new grinder? Where's my new grinder? Grinder? You have to talk to him or a stargazer to equip it. Okay, okay.
Then my eye just... You are... I will also... I always welcome...
Switch grindstone of grinder. Temporarily imbues weapon with fire. Okay. I don't know why I put it in the second slot.
I always welcome.
Can I maybe You unequipped. Ah, you're right, you're right. You got some more quartz too? I'll take a look. I don't have any crescent moonstones. You can bring Eugenie cranks to alter weapon handles. Sure, put a... No, not on that though. Hang on. You put a technique crank on this bad boy? A booster glaive handle? Do you wish to alter the handle by using technique crank? Is that like why you have to switch from right to left sometimes? Otherwise you're going to give yourself a little curve? Wait, is that true? Monka S? Bro, where's my quartz lad? Where my quartz lad? From the front to back, and if you're feeling that, put one hand up. Can you repeat that? Quartz lad? You were walking by him as you asked. Ah, he's in the room at the top. Quartz me, bro. This looks like I'm about to start playing vertiginous golf. Phase 2 must be activated. Okay. Double dodge. I mean, pulse cells, sure, I can understand that. Staggerable status, though, this seems valuable. I have 1 quartz. No, I have 2 quartz. That's good. Let's get, increased stagger duration. And let's get fucking who cares, man? Just let me dodge some fucking attacks, man. Let me dodge some attacks and then punish them with attacks of my own. It's just too much. Feel like NL was a good Charlotte fan. I was a little bit. I mean, I was part of the pop punk zeitgeist for sure in the very early 2000s. But I never owned a Good Charlotte album. Now, did I listen a little bit to the Motivation Proclamation? Absolutely. Without a doubt. Were you a Blink 182 fan? I mean, I never turned their songs off on the radio. I was into all the pop punk bands, quite frankly. Mid Charlotte? I mean, going back, they're not great, obviously. But like, I would say I was into pop punk until it became superseded by like the scene movement. At which point, I was no longer in high school, so I went to university and I started listening to Beach House instead of The Used. This is going to explode. Fire canister. Yeah, maybe if it's an at-will employment state. Wait. Is this not... Maybe this is a new area. Don't do it. Hit it with the full menace. Okay, you're a quick laddie. 2 quick laddies. Oh, I've put fire on my weapon by accident. When I want to heal. Acceptable. You ever figure out what a sawtooth wheel is? Sure. It's a rock you throw. Fair enough. Me when I'm in a coal mine museum. The carpets look pretty clean for a coal mine museum. I knew it was coming, man. I mean, it's a good joke. Would I say that I get it? No, I would say I don't really get it. But that's okay. There's lots of things I don't get. Shampoo at the shampoo store. That's a big one. It's from an HBO show. Ah, see if you might think that you should use a reference to something modern so that I'm more likely to get it. But really, the only references that are gonna make sense to me come from the mid-2000s for sure. Maybe the 90s. But certainly nothing released 2020 or later. Except for I did see the one where they go into the only self-cleaning bathroom in New York City. And then they trick it into thinking that he's not still in there, and then he's still in there, and then the bathroom almost murders him with all the automatic cleaning stuff. That is a very good clip. No! I have a will to live. Confirmed. Ooh. Big pipe wrench head. Big pipe wrench handle. I love that everything in this game is named psychotically, like J.R.R. Tolkien was hopped up on NyQuil. But then all the weapons are called Big Pipe Wrench. Fireman's Axe. And then like a throwable rock is Sawtooth Wheel. I'm kind of into that. I mean, people aren't ready for this take yet, and I'm going to get lambasted for it. And that's okay. I genuinely think if we're talking Game of the Year right now, Lies of P might be my current #1. I know it's a little crazy. #2, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. #3, I wouldn't know, honestly. Play more games? You understand the irony of saying play more games so that I can have the same Game of the Year as you, right? No, I don't? Well, okay, fair enough. Then I understand why you said it. No! I'm crazy. I'm not the same dude you free soloed earlier. I actually own him. We stand in the heat. Life is not tried, it is merely survived when you're standing outside the fire. Fuck. Oh. Almost flipped my Herman Miller over. You broke his shovel, though? I did break his shovel! Yeah, I think it's. I mean, this is why I won't make a games of the year list. I think Lies of P is #1 for me right now. What the hell's going on in here? Oh, this is the other entrance. Recency bias? No. You can only call something Game of the Year after it's been out for, hey Siri, when did Baldur's Gate 3 come out? You can only call something Game of the Year if it's been out for 48 days, okay? If something's been out for 8 days, that's recency bias. At day 47, that's when you can start to accurately figure out how you feel about things. Counter-Strike 2 next week. Kylian Mbappe face. I will be there no matter what. And by no matter what, I mean as long as the trick works where you can put in the Steam properties, you can put like launch in DirectX mode so that I can actually use game capture instead of display capture to record my gameplay. So you know the Game of the Year is actually Baldur's Gate 3? No, I don't, because I don't concern myself with what the Game of the Year is. My Game of the Year so far is Lies of P. Any variety of game may be better, as long as I've not played it, that's for sure. I'm not worried about I mean, again, if I were Macros, I could understand this opinion. Because I worked on Baldur's Gate 3, if I were Macros. But if you're just like a guy, and you're like, I can't believe GameSpot's giving Game of the Year to Tears of the Kingdom instead of Baldur's Gate 3, I'm like, little bro, you're not Baldur. I'm Baldur, and I still don't even care that much. Don't you release that, Nolan Ryan. I'm not in my I don't care about anything phase. I'm just in my like I don't care about the like the conversation of like how does this affect Baldur's Legacy phase. I'm back in the video games are toys phase. And I'm having a great time with my action figure here. I've been using that launch option for CS2 and it works perfectly. Oh! I'm sure eventually Valve will deprecate it because someone will make like a cheat that requires that to work. But for now, if the cat's away, the mice will play. Do you think people take games too seriously? Yeah, I mean, it's their life. I guess what I'm trying to tease out for myself, it's hard to say it eloquently. I think that people get into video games, at least I can speak from personal experience as when I was a younger man, not as a younger man now, obviously. I feel like you get into video games when you're younger, because you're like, this is fun. And then naturally, the compulsion is to be like, this is what I'm interested in, so I'm going to learn more about it. So then gaming sort of becomes like a hobby. But then the more you treat it like a hobby, I feel like for some people, you don't really spend more time actually doing the stuff you love. Instead, seems to be a tendency to get invested in like conversations online about like, how could you possibly think game X is better than game Y? How could you think console X is better than console Y? Just stuff that is actually like wasn't the reason that you got into the scene in the first place. One day, I'm gonna figure out how to get that attack on you. Hyperstall. No! No! You think sports are similar in that way? Oh, absolutely. But that is like, without being disrespectful, it's like the most gamer response. Is like, oh yeah, maybe I'll quit arguing about video games and just start arguing about sports ball instead. And I'm like, no, you should just, you know. You know what, without trying to, I don't want to be one of those guys who's like, here's the problem with society. Well, I think like there's something in the human brain. It's like a compulsion to find other like-minded individuals. So you were like, I enjoy watching hockey. And then you're like, well, if I enjoy watching hockey, I should start reading about hockey to learn about, you know, other stuff and talk about it with other like-minded individuals. And then you find other like-minded individuals, and that's where the problem starts. Because now it gets wrapped up in, you know, your identity is like part of it. So you're like, I own an Xbox. You bought an Xbox because you love Halo. And then like 2 years later, you're spending all your free time arguing online that like Microsoft is going to kick Sony's ass in their quarterly reports coming out next week. And you're like, I think if you know, it's the boiling frog in the hot water. Like if you age 15 were asked if that's what you wanted to do with your time, you'd be like, no, that's like a loser's pursuit. But, you know, night by night, you sort of just find yourself getting more, because you make friends with the people on the Xbox forums, and you get inside jokes together, and then, you know, you get the idea. Oh, I thought he despawned. I thought they Dark Souls 2 me because I got hit here so many times. Nice try. I'm sure it applies in like other fields. Like, I don't think it's just games. But I'm closest to games, so I see it most often. I'm sure if you're like really into cars, like, you know, if you work at the car store with a bunch of other guys who are into cars, you make fun of someone who drives like a Toyota Tercel or something like that. Meanwhile, it's a perfectly reliable compact sedan from the 90s, you know? I'm not saying hobbies are toxic. I think it's more like the communities that can surround hobbies are toxic. Like, I bet in the same archetype of like annoying gamer, there's like annoying golfer, annoying tennis pro. There's definitely annoying board game fans for sure. Perhaps even more so than video games. Okay, that was bullshit. That was some Dark Souls 2 shit. I attacked the wall. You should be harmed. I think it's one of those things. I always try to get it in myself as well. Like, I remind myself, like, if you enjoy doing a thing, you don't need to take the extra step to be like, I'm gonna go to doingathing.com and like read up about it. If you want to and it serves you, that's fine. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. But like, maybe stop before you become a mod of like, you know, r/fly fishing, and then you're, that's not fly fishing, you're using a drop lure. 24-hour timeout. Permanent. That's not a grilled cheese, that's a melt. I'm mostly saying that for myself. Note to self, if I start playing pickleball, do not go to r/pickleball. Anytime that you would spend going to r/pickleball, just go read a book or something. It might be nighttime, so you might not be able to play pickleball yourself. But you don't have to go to, you know, check out what I saw at my local court this morning. This is ridiculous. No pickleball player should ever be wearing cleats on the pickleball court. You know, you could just go read a book or like look at the sunset or something like that. Play more Lies of P because it's my game of the year. I mean, why would you wear cleats? Listen, as someone who's never played pickleball, I just tried to think of something quickly. Does the ball look like a pickle? Not any pickle I've ever seen. Certainly not a Polski or Gorky. I don't know why it's called pickleball, I guess. I am a pickle guy. Thank you. Oh no! Thank you for asking. In fact, I'm so used to being the pickle guy. Like, my wife doesn't enjoy pickles, but she enjoys cheeseburgers. So sometimes she'll order a cheeseburger. It's great for me because I get to have that spear of pickle that comes with it. Yesterday, I was at dinner with my parents. My dad ordered a burger, and there was a pickle on the side, and I instinctively reached for it. And then I would stop myself, and I was like, wait a minute, this is a grown man. This is my father. He might want his pickle. At the very least, I should ask before I just, reach over and grab it. Did he want it? He ate the whole thing. This time I got you, man. This time... So greedy. What'd you have? I had some stew. Thank you for asking. I was feeling autumnal yesterday. To be honest with you, the stew was merely good, which is pretty bad by restaurant standards. If I'm at a restaurant, I want the food to be great. I have had some food at that restaurant before that was pretty good. I will not be ordering the stew again, but that's okay. It was fine. It wasn't like I would send it back, but when I was eating it, I was like, this stew isn't as good as I thought it would be. But my daughter enjoyed their kids' menu. Stew's easy to make at home. We're not going down this road today. I don't think this is like a North American thing. Why do we as a society believe that we don't deserve to have something nice? You know what I mean? Is that a North American thing? Is anybody here from Europe? If you go out in Europe and you order food at a restaurant and then you come home and you're like, I had a sandwich at a restaurant, do people like shame you? Are they like, you could buy bread, meat, and mayonnaise at the grocery store? Like, where does that come from? It sort of happens here. In North America, that's like a gimme. If you ever like post about anything related to a restaurant, people are on your ass, bro. People will go, they'll say, if you're like, wow, look at what just cost me $200 at the grocery store, they will open the image, zoom in as much as they can, and be like, there's your problem. You bought prepackaged beef jerky. As if like everything else in the picture doesn't even exist. This cost $125 at the grocery store. Well, you could, instead of buying fresh vegetables, you should just get canned chickpeas instead of the fresh ones. They're a little bit cheaper. Like, you can't do anything without someone telling you, here's how you can save literally 0.75% on your overall bill. It's crazy. It's just nice. It's just nice, man. Oftentimes I will go out to a restaurant and I will order something I can cook at home. It's what I want to eat. I'm not at the restaurant like, oh, this guy trained in the fucking fires of... He apprenticed with Jiro Hoagie-san in Philadelphia to learn. He's had to spend 1 full year just shredding cheese for the cheesesteak before they even let him slice the hoagie bun. You're just like... I went to the hoagie store, I bought a hoagie. I enjoyed it. People are like, $18 for a hoagie that I didn't pay for or eat? That's madness. I would simply get flour myself. Who asked, brother? I was just trying to find some commonality here. We deserve nice things. You deserve a little treat sometimes. You don't have to go out to a restaurant and be like, I have to order something that uniquely I can't make at home. You know, if that's you, that's fine. But it's not everybody, let me tell you that. Why share it? That's the other thing you can't do in North America, is ever try to get attention for anything. You wanted attention for how good your lunch looked, and now that I'm being honest with you, it's my fault? Hang on, I'm cooking this fool. I did see the post from David Brooks that said, this is what $78 gets you at the Newark airport. And A, it's an airport, and B, he had like a glass of scotch. But that's just like, David Brooks is just cooked, no disrespect. So like, I don't think we need to comment on that. I've broken your weapon. I've poisoned your wine. I've poisoned yours as well. You got that Ethan song stuck in my head? Librarian, it's a good song. The only good thing about Slackers is Jason Schwartzman, man. He's good in everything. I put that shit on everything. Wes Anderson speaking to Jason Schwartzman. I put this shit in everything. You know what I'm talking about? Frank's Red Hot Sauce commercials with the old lady. So true. Anyway, I don't know. Admittedly, part of it is just like the internet. But I get annoyed whenever someone's like, especially like groceries are expensive. I think we can acknowledge that groceries, like the prices have come way up. Then whenever anybody's like, look at how much my groceries cost, people are like, well, you bought chips. How do you have the nerve to complain about food prices and you buy yourself a little snack? 2% of your grocery bill is those Lay's salt and vinegar chips. Like, you just relax. You deserve to have a nice treat from time to time.
I'll use my power.
I don't know anyone who acts like this. Yeah, they're all online. It's true. Unfortunately, this is, I mean, I enjoy my job, don't get me wrong, but this is where I ply my trade, so I'm stuck in the ecosystem. Hang on, I'm slightly heavy right now. Stam's always nice. On the other hand, if I kill enemies before they can attack, I don't need so much stam. I got some moonstone too. You can craft Legion arm with a Legion plug. Okay, if you say so. Use the Vanini craft machine at the hotel. Holy cow, it's Midnight Suns. Flamberge, a Legion arm full of burning flames. Deus Ex Machina. Install a motion-sensing landmine. A Legion arm that fires acid. A Legion arm that blocks enemies' attacks. When it receives a blow, the embedded device explodes and deals damage. That sounds like usable for me. Yeah, I don't need a gun. Give me a cool shield on my Legion arm. I will actually use that. Oh, never mind. I don't have the required item, which is a Legion plug, which I don't have. Now I feel betrayed because they told me to fucking come here. You can make the fire one? I don't want the fire one though. I want the liter of cola. I don't know. Is there like a? I guess there's no political party for this. Is there a political movement that's like we deserve nice things? Like I know that it's because my wife's sick that I'm bringing it up again. But like, it's crazy that you can't buy, the grocery store is open 24 hours. It has a pharmacy inside of the grocery store, but your ass is not trusted to buy medicine that has DM in it, aka the only medicine for colds that actually works, if there's no pharmacist there, and the pharmacist goes home at like 6 p.m., which is, I promote that work-life balance, but you could use the DM to cook meth. Yeah, but my ass isn't cooking meth. I'm trying to buy medicine. The people they're still making meth, these people are still out on the streets there doing the methamphetamine, so can I at least buy the medicine? Also, it's crazy, and I think I'm unraveling a conspiracy theory here, okay? You can buy NyQuil over the counter. NyQuil is literally an elephant tranquilizer, okay? That's what's in the darts that they use to pacify like animals that go feral at the zoo. People were abusing NyQuil as a sleep aid because it's so effective. They took out all the shit that is bad for you and left the parts of it that sedate you and started selling that shit as ZQuil. Are you telling me they can just do that? Can't they do that with like more drugs then? Can't you take out the part can't you take out like the negative parts of like Adderall and then release it over the counter and we could all get a little boost throughout the day?
Whoa, did puppets do this?
I didn't know that GlaxoSmithKline was capable. I thought it was like if you have a drug with a positive effect, you have to have a negative side effect as well. It turns out you can just, in a laboratory, you could just take out all the bad shit and then run it back if there's enough market demand. Whoa! ZQuil just takes out the acetaminophen? Well, I mean, that's good, because I guess they don't want people, like, blowing out their liver just to get their, 40 winks, but... Can I tell you an Occam's razor conspiracy theory that I have that is going to annoy you? It's not really a conspiracy theory, but just to phrase it this way for encapsulation purposes, my conspiracy theory is that there are no conspiracy theories that are actually real. And where people tend to see situations where there is conspiracy is instead just the result of real life being an incredibly complex system where, when you pull one lever to like raise interest rates to try to tamp down inflation, it has myriad knock-on effects on the housing market and thus the rental market that are difficult, if not near impossible, to see coming years and years down the road. And when you work backwards, when you see an effect and then you do a post hoc rationalization, which is like, hey, housing costs have spiraled out of control. What's the cause of this? It's a lot easier to say it was a cabal of developers and real estate agents conspiring to drive prices up than it is to say, well, it was a bunch of people that in the short term made small decisions that thought they were doing their best to alleviate current problems and ended up causing unforeseeable problems further down the road. Now, how does that relate to the JFK assassination? I don't know, okay? I'm just saying. Those two might be unrelated. What about the bread price fixing? Well, I guess that's the thing about a conspiracy theory, right? Is like once it becomes the truth. It's no longer a conspiracy theory. So I guess it's kind of like this, like a no true Scotsman type thing. Fair enough. These guys are really strong. What about the aliens in Mexico? Well, that's not a conspiracy theory. Those are real. I know this is not how you can... This is not a valid form of, like, rhetoric. But, like, they look too fake to be fake. Because if they wanted to make them fake, to trick people, they would make them look realer than that. So they must be real. It's the only thing that makes sense to me in this messed up world. If they were trying to trick people, they would have done a better job. The fact that they look so obviously fake is proof of the fact that they're obviously real. It's been debunked. I don't buy all that shit about how it's a falcon skull on top of like a badger spine or something like that. That's the deep state, brother. That's Galen Weston trying to get you to buy more loaves of Dempsters. They look too fake to be fake. It's that simple. I don't know what else to tell you. Their hip sockets are impossible. You guys are going to feel so... You're going to come back here and you're going to be like, NL, I'm sorry, you were right. Because one day there's going to be a realistic looking alien and people are going to buy it and that shit's going to be fake as hell. It's going to be like, look at the wear and tear on its bones. This is indicative of an alien that had gravity similar to Earth's gravity that led... And my ass will be like, I knew. If you see a real alien, that's how you know it's not real. I should have seen that coming a mile away. And that's why I think that the Kim Jong-un that Aiden Ross streamed with is the real Kim Jong-un. I needed, that's the exact loot I needed. If it looked like the real Kim Jong-un, you would know that it wasn't the real Kim Jong-un because he's got other stuff to do. You know, he's running a country. He's not going to go on an Aiden Ross stream. But if it doesn't look much like Kim Jong-un, that's how you know it's really him because he has plausible deniability. He's not going to get any blowback from the, you know, Senate minority leader as a result of having his priorities twisted. You know what? Just eat some of that. Who do you got in the Giants 49ers game tonight? 49ers easily. It's not even going to be close. So what happened to the real NL? You look too much like him? Not if you look at thumbnails from October 2021, brother. Whoa! So what you gotta say, librarian, come on, man. Again, I appreciate all the hard work you're doing. We gotta stop using pre-2021 NL pictures for your thumbnails, okay? I'm putting in a lot of work here. I would love a little respect. Here, come this way, please. Excuse me? I kind of like that this game is bullshit, if I'm being honest. I didn't like that. The farmer can run over it. I can't run over it. I can't even jump over it. Crescent Moonstone, please. Ooh. I'm going to see Death Cab and Postal Service this weekend. Is that just the same guy doing two different voices? No, I'm going to do you one better. It's the same guy doing the same voice. That's just Ben Gibbard doing, that's just him singing. One's just, you're right, one's just a little more beepy and boopy. That's going to be a sick show, though. I'm a millennial. That would be a good show. You kind of have to give respect to the Postal Service, right? I mean, I get that it's two guys. I also, and I know I'm going to get Drakes for this. I also respect the Postal Service as a service to begin with. I still think it's insane that basically, it's the closest we've come to teleportation technology. If I asked you to, like, imagine the Postal Service didn't exist, okay? But everything else on Earth is still the same. How is your ass gonna get, well, okay, you would probably email it. But, like, okay, imagine it's 1986 and the Postal Service doesn't exist and you gotta send something from New York to California. What's your ass gonna do? You're taking that fucker on an airplane or driving across the damn country to get it there. I would fax it? Okay, listen. Imagine it's 1951. Either way, it's still amazing that you can go to the post office and be like, I need to send this letter to the Arctic Circle. And they're like, ooh, that's going to cost you. And you're like, oh, how much? Like $1,000, and they're like, no, it's like a 73 cents. It's one stamp with a little flower on it. That's amazing. But you also have to respect the Postal Service, the band, because they literally released one classic album and then said, we're good. I'm not gonna. If you don't have another classic album in you, don't release it. They kept their legacy alive. They have like one single and a full album. They do not have one more in them, and that's okay. A lot of bands don't have one more in them, but they have to keep coming out with them. Like Isaac episodes.
Do you want to go up, child? I'm sorry, but the train isn't in service anymore. The cathedral isn't the sanctuary it once was. The people who went up there never returned. I still don't know what happened, but I do know this. The cathedral is off limits. Forever. If you're determined to pass, you must prove
That's a
your
sick-ass
identity.
weapon, bro.
Who are you? Are you a stalker?
So here's the thing. She's a stalker, so I'm going to give the stalker's greeting.
Interesting. I thought all the stalkers died when the workshop tower collapsed. As for me, I'm as good as dead. A sinner who lost everyone I ever loved. I have no right to stop someone as determined as you. Please be safe up there.
You can't possibly go up. Here's the secret handshake. You are a determined one. I'm in. Don't talk to me. Don't have the Gemini talk to me. This is it's so clearly what this
Ladies
is.
and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Pilgrim's
Hang on, I'm gonna go get a Coke Zero.
Railway. Now, those of you who joined us in Moonlight Town, we hope your preparations for the Pilgrim's journey are well underway. Fascinating town, Moonlight, just fascinating. Back in the day, the only way to reach the cathedral was using a rope and pulley. So, thanks for building it on a cliff, St. Frangelico. I kid. Frangelica. Wonderful saint.
My other
Wonderful.
conspiracy theory is that I
next stop,
don't believe,
the
but
Bridge
if
of
it
Atonement.
came true, it wouldn't
While you
surprise me.
atone there, don't miss a
Coke Zero
magnificent
tastes
view of
too
the
sweet to not have
beautiful
sugar in
Kront.
it. I understand that
It's been
artificial
my pleasure,
sweeteners
friends,
exist.
and enjoy the
It
rest
tastes
of
too
your
good to be
journey.
artificial,
I've been
though.
your captain on
This is.
ride, Gemini.
I think that they trick the FDA. Every time the FDA comes to do it, they go, bring out the Coke Zero! Bring out the actual 0-calorie ones. And then they do the bloop, bloop, bloop. They do a little titration. They're like, 0 calories, Coca-Cola Corporation. You did it again. And then when the ones that they send to production, 140 calories a can, 40 grams of sugar.
Something's off.
I'm diabetic. I think I would have noticed.
I recognize dead puppets. That's to be expected.
Okay, I don't have a quip for that one. That's probably a pretty good counterpoint, honestly. I was gonna do the Trump one where someone from CNN asked a question and he just went like, you are the worst reporter I've ever heard in my entire life. CNN should be ashamed that it's a shell of its former self and they sent a rogue such as you to question me. Sit down, your privileges are getting revoked. And then he takes another question and the guy goes, with all due respect, Mr. President, I've been on the road with Jim and he's a damn good reporter. And he goes, well, you're not, to be honest with you, you're not very good either, are you? You're not my favorite. But you're probably just right. Father Gascoigne?
No idea what those things are, pal. Approach with caution.
Pretty scary. When you nut, but she's still sucking. So true. So true. Good one. I came up with that. My Twitter bio. I'm the first guy who ever said when you nut but she keeps sucking. You know what's crazy? It's actually such a funny line. I bet the person who said that had no idea how powerful it was going to be when they said it. Like, that's like inventing a magic spell that makes people laugh. You gotta feel like really powerful, because almost every sentence said is unique, right? Or close to it, unless you're quoting Napoleon Dynamite. Inventing a unique sentence that then becomes mimetic has to feel so fucking good. That's like, I don't even know. The closest thing I could think of is in Chants of Sonar, when you correctly surmise the definition of a word. And you're like, of course! Like a light bulb goes off. You do probably feel like Oppenheimer. Like when Germa said, what the scallop? That must have been, must have been a crazy moment. You ever Google something and get 0 results? Me trying to look for the Elon Musk tweet where he said newt sake tay bag. Searching for it once a week and getting absolutely 0 results on Google.
What is happening? What's their problem? Wait, their
I
bodies
link
are
it all the
strangely
time. You found it? It's real? I thought it was one. Honestly,
Those eyes
I thought I got baited by misinformation. I thought that someone said, why would he tweet this? And then they made a doctored screenshot that I believed was real. Finding out that it's actually real and I have not lost all of my media literacy is... I'm gonna start believing more shit, honestly. Pray, you who are exhausted and injured. I'm not saying anything about the woman's prayer, okay? Can I say something unrelated about sushi, though? You know what we should do? We should phrase it in the Twitter sense, as if rent is due. Give me your sushi take that will have you like this, and it's the SpongeBob guy tied to the post. I'm not saying the California roll is overrated, because I don't know anybody that really likes it that much, but I think it's heavily overrepresented in sushi combos. I would love it if the California roll was not the default add-on to every single sushi combo. Like everything you try to order at a sushi restaurant is always like plus a California roll, and you're like, I would much rather. Okay, listen. I would almost rather have any other roll than a California roll. Give me the roll that's just julienne cucumbers. Give me the roll that's just avocado. Give me a roll that's just 6 pieces of salmon or something like that. Give me a roll that's just tamago. Like I'm an active California roll enjoyer, to be honest with you. Hang on, stay frosty. He tried to blue me. Fucking chill, dude. I'm ulting your ass. Okay, no one has ever been as owned as that guy just got owned. I chopped his fucking head off, dude, you idiot. Oh, man. Oh. It felt amazing. Marie Antoinette looking ass. So true. So true. Does Korea have its own sushi? Yeah, kind of. I would say that, do you know inari in Japanese, which is like the tofu pocket with the rice in it? They do be rocking with the inari, or as they call it in Korea, yubu chobap. You could get a meal that's just like, 4 or 6 pieces of yubu chobap. Kimbap, yeah, it's true. Kimbap is very sushi-esque. They always, when I lived in Korea, they were always like, whenever they tried to explain kimbap, it was the worst explanation. They were always like, it's kind of like a Korean sandwich. Shit is literally like a sushi roll, but with no fish, except sometimes it does have tuna, but it's canned tuna instead of fresh tuna, which, if I was there, it wouldn't have gone down like that, but Korean sashimi is literally called ho. No, it isn't, okay? It's called hue.
I'll use my power.
There's a different pronunciation on that. Did I ever, librarian, I need your expertise on this one. Did I ever tell this story about how when I went into I've told this 100 times, I'm now realizing. I went into the Kimbap Cheongguk, which is like a quick service restaurant where you can get kimbap and other stuff, like, they'll cook you a bowl of instant ramen and serve it to you as if it's real ramen. Anyway, I was there for lunch, and I had my other teachers order with me so I could get them some kimbap too. And I said, 저기요, kimbap, kimchi kimbap 한 개 주세요, and 참치 kimbap 한 개 주세요, 포장 주세요, I guess. And then everyone started laughing at me, and I was just like, like even in the whole restaurant, people who were just dining were laughing. And then I went back to the school and I told the story to like the teacher that I got the tuna kimbap for and the other Korean teachers who were there, and they were like, "Oh, it's because you said like jamchi. Tuna is chamchi, and jamchi, which sounds almost identical, is like a slang word for pussy." So I walked into the restaurant and was like, "Can I get a pussy roll, please, to go?" Oh, man. How much McDonald's did you eat in Korea? They opened the McDonald's near my school like 4 months after I started working there, and I ate there once a week. It was like the highlight of my week on a regular basis. I always got the same thing. I got the Shanghai Spice. It's a spicy chicken sandwich. I don't know if it's exclusive to Korea, but they do not have it in North America. How is it? I mean, it's exactly how you would expect a McDonald's spicy chicken sandwich to taste. It's pretty good. Pretty damn good. Might not surprise you to find out it's a little salty. McDonald's is good and I'm tired of pretending it's not. Thank you. You gotta respect McDonald's the same way you respect Disney World. It's crazy how reliable it is, given the logistic difficulties of it. It's just mind-boggling. I still can't believe how fast they get your food to you at the drive-thru. How is it faster to get your food at the drive-thru than it is when you're in the damn restaurant? Like, it should be harder to give you your food from a window into your car, but it's actually 2 times easier, which makes no fucking sense. But it's amazing. Oh, we're in Blighttown now, boys. Oh, man. Everybody's gonna do that. That's so funny. Oh, man. Shit sound like Christmas outside of a church. They prioritize drive-thru? It is crazy. Like, if I had to choose between a 1-minute walk to McDonald's, like if I had a 1-minute walk to McDonald's and I could walk or use the drive-thru, I would walk. But if I had a 5-minute walk to McDonald's, I would probably drive. It's just faster. Plus, oh, this seems bad. Cat dust. Depending on where you are in Vancouver, it can be more comfortable to be in your car than to be inside of a McDonald's. And you definitely would not want to leave your bike outside of it. That's everywhere? No, you know what I'm realizing? Is that there's actually... Malik, are you here? You may or may not be. I apologize if I've summoned you. You want to really freak somebody out? Just type their username, MAL_LOC. And let's just see if we can light up their second monitor at work. Like ruin their life. They're one of the known Vancouver posters, okay? Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Anyway, so what I've realized is that the whole time I've lived in Vancouver, I thought there was like one Vancouver. This is definitely like grown man discovers the concept of neighborhoods, I'll admit. But like when we were looking for places to move, we'd go to some places and we'd be like, this is the Vancouver I'm familiar with. Then we'd go to some places and we'd be like, this is a fucking brand new Vancouver. The McDonald's is not scary. The McDonald's is full. It's like McDonald's looked like when I was a kid. There's like a bunch of old men in oversized ball caps just sitting around drinking coffee and like reading newspapers and chatting to each other. It's like, holy cow, I didn't know that this existed out here. Watch this. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Wait, someone said you can tell how nice an area is by what the McDonald's gives at the self-serve counter. Like if they've got one of those pump dispensers for sweet and sour sauce, you know it's good. Can I get some help here? Oh, he crumbled, man. That's bait, right? There's no pump dispenser for sweet and sour. Ketchup? Yeah. Ketchup, sure. But a pump dispenser for sweet and sour? It exists? Dude, this is what I'm saying. North America, it's built into our like cultural DNA that we're not allowed to have nice things. Like even if we as individuals can handle nice things, we're like, yeah, but we can't have nice things because then like other people might take advantage of it. Most of us would use it right, but some people would abuse it. I'm like, we can't have shit, man. I can't have self-serve sweet and sour. Because my grandma's like, some people would take too much sweet and sour and ruin it for everybody. Meanwhile, every time we go out to Swiss Chalet, she's like, can I get some more napkins? And then she's shoving like 90 napkins in her purse so she never has to pay for napkins again. Sauce is so cheap. That's what I'm saying. I don't even want to say this because, you know, knowing the way the world works, soon we're going to have to pay for ketchup. It is crazy that if you want like a dipping sauce for your nuggets, extra dipping sauces are like 40 cents each now or something. But they just got unlimited ketchup down at the fucking front and no medium lids. None medium lids. Lots of smalls. Nobody's ever been to McDonald's and been like, can I get a small fountain drink? And yet they keep stocking the lids. Parmesan is $2 extra at Domino's? That's crazy, man. I had a resentable interaction recently, and it wasn't that bad. But again, it just kind of, I guess I would say it highlights how we're in this. It's in keeping with the theme of you can't have shit in North America. I live in Vancouver. My daughter has been learning to use the potty, so sometimes I find myself having to use public bathrooms in locations I would rather not, like a Tim Hortons, for example. So I went inside of a Tim Hortons. I tried to open the bathroom. The bathroom had a lock on it. I said, of course it does. I know where I live. So then I went up to the front and I said, hey, can I get a chocolate chip cookie? Oh, and one more thing, can I get the key for the bathroom? And then the lady looked at me like I was stupid and she just pointed at the wall and there was a key on on a little key hanger on the wall to unlock the bathroom. You know where I'm going with this one is I was like, in my head, I'm like, why is it locked in the first place if the key is just out there? Instead, I gotta go. Maybe it's to sell the cheapest item in the store so people feel like they can't just go up and ask for the bathroom key. They have to be like, I'll take a chocolate cookie. By the way, I've surprised myself. I have to go piss. It's a gatekeeping puzzle for people who are too drunk or too high. You know what? That fits into my worldview. That makes sense. Maybe you're right. What if someone takes the key? I mean, it's definitely, if you're just gonna leave the door unlocked, or locked but with the key right next to it, it's definitely better to just have it unlocked, but... Did you still buy the cookie? Yeah. Sends for... Get up, bro! No! Well, listen. I don't think you should have to buy something at a store to use their restaurant. I would like to think, I can't put myself in the shoes of the small business owner. I would like to think, well, no, okay, here's what I'm going to say. If you run a Tim Hortons, you should let people piss in your bathroom without having to buy something. If you run like Bill's Greek restaurant or something like that, you know, that's your domain. Maybe charge them for some pita or something like that, and then you can piss. Pita. Yeah, like they already pissed in the coffee. Exactly. I think you should be able to piss in the bathroom. That's at least guy who spent too much time online take. This is just my opinion, and I know not everybody agrees with me, and my own opinions are shaped by my experience in life, but I think people should be able to go piss in the bathroom. Muting replies on this, oh fuck. This has left its intended audience, muting replies. Yeah, it was this way. Hey, you said you were taking today off? Excuse me? No, I didn't. I said I said I was taking yesterday off. What? What am I going to do about that? What, the scallop? Ready for this? I should have parried it. Dude, that would be sick. Like that game where you can parry the nuke. Did you see that? Yes. All right, well, say no more. I worked graveyard at a co-op gas station when I was a teen in Nanaimo. It's actually insane how shitty it was. Speak on that. Speak on that more. I mean, I bet pretty much anywhere in British Columbia, if you worked like the overnight shift at a 24-hour business, I'm sure you got some crazy stories. Because I've seen some wild stuff, you know, in the daytime. Can't even imagine what it's like in the nighttime. I'm not going to tell you the story unless you pay me for it. Well, you know, that's fair. I don't know what it... Maybe it's the Pacific Northwest, man. Because there was definitely one PAX. Kate wanted to eat some Korean food. So we walked from, like, downtown Seattle to wherever Koreatown was. I can't... Or at least wherever this restaurant was. And while we were walking, we were getting, like, increasingly into, like, territory that I can only describe as like leaving commercial and entering an area that used to be light industrial, but now is just abandoned. And there was like a Speedy Auto Glass or something like that, some kind of similar business. And I swear to you, outside of it, was just a man receiving a blowjob, like just on, like not even in the alley, just out in the open. And they were both wearing winter coats, and it was like Labor Day weekend. And it's like the number one thing that triggers your brainstem to be like, we got to get the fuck out of here, is when it's like 30 degrees Celsius outside and someone's got a winter coat on. You're like, this is not a good place to be. This is not safe. Guy in the wintertime wearing shorts. I'm like, okay, I get it. Bro really thinks he's John Fetterman. Guy in the summertime wearing a coat, we need to leave immediately. Holy cow. Whoa. Yeah, get on with the bit. I don't know, I lost it somewhere in there. We left a jimjilbang because a dude was sucking off another dude in there. That's really funny. It's also funny because I don't know if I... Listen, this is a spicy bit, okay? It's funny because when we worked in Korea, or when I worked in Korea, the stereotype... Not even stereotype. The opinion that we saw all the time about like homosexuality was that Koreans would be like, we get it, like that's like a North American and a European phenomenon, but that doesn't happen here. They would be like, there's no gay people in Korea. Anyway, I don't know if that has changed, but it plays into this next story. At some point when I worked in Korea, a bar opened up downtown that was clearly run by two gay men who were a couple, and I really can't stress enough that they were like the exact image of stereotypical two gay men. They looked like Michael McKean and the other dude, the couple from Best in Show, who go to the hotel and they have like all the kimonos and stuff like that. They even owned like a small dog that was very well coiffed. And the bar was called MF Bar. That's all I'm saying. And we would talk to other Korean people at the bar, and you'd be like, you know these guys are gay, right? And they would be like, that's not something that happens here. And we were like, you are insane. You've lost your mind. And obviously there's nothing wrong with it, but I was like, you're denying reality right now. Anyway, hang on. We can make this. Not that one, not that one. Whoa! No. We try again. So I don't know if it's changed. I hope it has, and maybe they can be like more open about it. It's very funny that... Ooh, loot. What am I doing? The relationship that they have with cannabis is very funny. Again, I can only speak to what it was like 10 years ago, or like 12 years ago when I taught there. But they treat cannabis as if it's like, I'm just gonna go to the bonfire, as if it's like fentanyl. But then every once in a while, you'd be like having drinks with the Korean teachers, and they'd be like, oh yeah, I did like my English degree in Canada, and I smoked weed once. And then all the other teachers would be like, oh my, I think it might have permanently like affected their social status within the community. Just that admission. That has not changed. Okay, well. Forever shunned at all the school potlucks because I smoked BC Bud once at the University of Victoria. No! I mean, that being said, it's not like North America doesn't have its own delusions. Like, the way he fucking falled, man. The way the camera turned to fall. It's so funny. Oh, man. Oh. Like, we're not allowed to have fucking sweet and sour dispensers, man. Do you see how messed up that is? We can't have sweet and sour dispensers? Meanwhile, in Japan, they have like beer vending machines on every corner and they're not being tipped over and having all the glass smashed out and like 6 Kirin Ichibans being stolen from them every night. That shit would not fly in Philadelphia, man. No trash cans. Yeah, no trash cans anywhere, but the streets are like perfectly clean. I mean, that's one of the things that's not like we don't deserve to have nice things. I understand not having beer vending machines. I mean, we can't even have vending machines like outside in North America, much less with alcohol in them. Also, we can't even have vending machines inside. Like 98% of them worldwide are broken and will never be repaired. You can't even drink alcohol in public in North America? We gotta raise the system and build it up from the ground up. You should be able to have a beer in public, even if you're just walking on the sidewalk. But you should not be able to build a place that serves alcohol that you can't get to via walking or public transit. You shouldn't be able to have a bar with 30 parking spots in front of it. But you should be able to have up to 2 beers in public on your person without being fined by the police. Holy shit, I'm gonna be the president. These takes are too popular. I thought it was radical. You can actually drink in some parks in Vancouver now, but it's kind of comical, if you'll allow me to stand here for a second. You'll like walk into the park and there'll be like a map, like a bird's eye view map of the park. And it'll say like, we're doing a pilot project on allowing adults to drink alcohol in parks. And then it'll be like, here's like the red area. That's where there's children's playground equipment. And then like there's a little dotted line around that's like, do not drink a beer within 200 meters of a slide. And then there's like a little sliver, like a green patch that's just grass. And it's like, you can drink a beer on this if you want. And I'm like, I found a syringe in the playground like 2 days ago. I'm not saying you should be slamming tall cans while your kid is on the jungle gym. I'm just like, we're doing... I'm doing my best here. I mean, it's like the laws are not stopping the people who are behaving badly. It's only stopping the people who use it responsibly. Holy cow. Anyway. There was an anal porn link written on the slide in Sharpie last time I went to the playground. I love the delineation that it wasn't just porn, it was anal porn. Just like a slightly more debaucherous type of pornography, debatably. Wasn't normal porn. It was anal porn. Oh. What do you think about people leaving tons of crap in the trash room? Don't get me started. Don't even get me started, okay? He's starting. It's one of the worst parts about living in an apartment building, for sure. That being said, I will say, this is not me saying, like, you should appreciate how good your life is. Where did you come from? This is me saying, here's something that maybe you can have an ounce of appreciation for right now in case you've forgotten how good it is. One of the best things about living in an apartment building is if you have trash, you can just take it down to the trash room. You don't have to wait till garbage day and like store that shit in your garage or like, you know, next to your trash can or something like that. It is sick to be like, I have trash, I'm gonna get rid of my trash. Instead of like, oh, it's not fucking Monday yet, I gotta live with this trash. It's not the end of the world, I'm just saying a little something to appreciate. Also, if you have like 90 cardboard boxes, you just throw that shit in the cardboard bin or dumpster. Whereas, like, if you don't live in an apartment, oh, my weapon. If you don't live in an apartment building, you're like, oh, my yellow cardboard envelope is too full. I'm gonna have to like amortize out this cardboard debt over the next 3 garbage days. Go, 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 go. Okay, you just walk. Oh, I thought you said carbonara. I wish I had too much carbonara. Push it? Push what? Who do you think you are? Salt and or pepper? Ah! You mean they don't take your trash out every day? I know, it's crazy, right? And then, I mean, the audacity. The lion, the witch, and the audacity of this, you know. But on top of that, I don't know if anybody else lives in a municipality like this. The garbage truck don't be coming at the same time every day or every week. Sometimes it comes at like 6:15 a.m. and sometimes it comes at like 8:30 p.m. And I'm out there like a damn bozo, opening up my garbage can, exposing myself to negative smells. So, well, it's annoying. You're trying to drive, but you're like skirting around garbage cans in alleys and stuff like that. I want to take my cans in, so it's, you know, if somebody's driving a Ford F-150, they're not going to clip my garbage cans. Some days it never comes at all. +2 for your meatloaf pilling, but also +2 because there have been days where it hasn't come at all. And one thing I've learned about in our new neighborhood is that's basically like the largest local controversy that they ever experience. You'll be walking by the coffee shop, people will be like, garbage, huh? Did you see? Did you see? I'm chilling. I'm still chilling. Fuck. Can't dodge that one. Get him, get him. Good hit, lad. That's all I got, really. You know what's great is when you see someone use a quotation mark that takes like your sentiment as a joke out of context to make you sound like a terrible person, but then there's like enough people pogging in chat that it gets scrolled up before you can like what's the word for when you do something automatically? Like when it's not optional. Reflex. You know what I'm talking like with if you put a word like in front of, if I wrote text on a piece of paper and put it in front of your face, you couldn't not tell me what the word said. You know what I mean? You don't have to tell your brain like, hey, read this. Instinctively, sure, that could work. I saw 4chan green text arrows, and my own sentiment parroted back at me in the most bad faith way possible. And it just got pushed out of the way by emotes before I could get like more than 8 words in. So thank you for that. I'm very appreciative. Crafted cryptic vessel. Have Venini code the cryptic vessel to obtain a hidden clue. Was autonomic what you were thinking? No. So what I mean, that's a perfectly cromulent word, don't get me wrong. What I was thinking was involuntary. The reason I hesitated to admit it was because I don't want to admit that my brain is so cooked that I forgot the word involuntary. But there you go. I'm just being honest. I'm having a positively cromulent fuck crustable of a day. Between Bernie and the tenant from hell, Tommy Needy Drinky. Oh man, that's a classic. Ooh. I forget basic things I know all the time, don't worry about it. It's true. I think to some extent it is aging. But like there are times it happens, I would say, like once a month. I have the 16-digit debit card memorized. Just because that's like what you use to log in to online banking. And if I'm of sound mind, I can go to online banking and type it in without looking at my card. I do bum 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 bum. If I'm 10% anxious, I can't summon it. It's like you ever go to like you have to give someone like your phone number or give someone your address or something like that, and you're like I'm sorry, I don't know it. Does that ever happen to you? It's been happening to me. I wouldn't say often, but more than it did when I was like 9, where that shit was on lock. There are definitely some times where I'm like, I'm embarrassed. It takes me like 5 seconds to think of my phone number. Luckily, you know, the area code is pretty much the same for everybody. Let me in. Squeeze. There's like 8 area codes in BC. Yeah, but my ass don't live in BC. My ass lives in Vancouver, okay? And we've only got 2. And nobody that still lives here was born here. So you don't see that many 604 numbers this day and age. Everybody that was born here moved to Abbotsford like in the last 6 or 7 years. So, okay, please tell me where the shortcut is. Obviously, there's a shortcut. I just got McDonald's. They gave me honey mustard instead of hot mustard. What retribution should I seek? I didn't know that... Well, again, in America, honestly, you guys are just spoiled for sauces, to be honest with you. I know that sometimes people don't like to hear that there are things in America that are better than they are in other parts of the world. But certainly the American nugget sauce game is better than the Canadian nugget sauce game. I think we still only have 4 sauces. Oh, this is the shortcut. Like we have barbecue, sweet and sour, hot mustard, I don't know if we do ever. Do we ever? Can any Canadians tell me? Do we have ranch? I don't know. I've never ordered it. Cat dust. I don't think so. Holy cow. I don't even know if we have honey. We do have honey, and we have spicy habanero. That wasn't just for the BTS meal. I'm a 3-sauce truther, honestly. He just ran over me. Non-controversial Dark Souls opinion. Enemies with shields as a weapon are the hardest enemies to kill. Swords, you kind of see it coming. Shields, you never know whether they're blocking or they're about to attack. So true. Like 2-Shield Andy. I remember him. 2-Shield Andy. Why are you not playing SAP? This weekly's kicking my ass. I think I figured out the solution to this weekly, but I kind of resent it. It seems like the solution to this weekly is if you don't get a porcupine, Alt F4 your game and say your mom pulled your Ethernet cord. Owls also, like owl and buffalo can do some fun stuff, but it really seems like if you don't get lemur and porcupine like early, you're just gonna get your ass beat. Speaking from experience. Oh. I've won multiple games this week without porcupine. Yeah, but how many have you won with porcupine? Let me put it this way. If you had the choice between a porcupine and something else, what you rocking? I'm gonna guess it's a porcupine. Also, we did just get the librarian seal of approval as well. He said the Liza P. banter is as good as it needs to be. I respect the librarian's opinion. No, we got a complicated content ecosystem. Need to keep lots of people happy. Oh, you're in a world of hurt. And then... Ooh, quartz me! Also, I think Liza P hit at the perfect time. I don't really like this weekly in SAP. Next week, the weekly might be crazy. Let's get as much momentum as we can this week. And then it's always easier, once you get past like the halfway part of a game, it's easier to then go like, we're gonna finish this up. Whereas, if you're on chapter 3 of 5 in Armored Core 6, for example, ergo, for the first fake ending, yes, exactly. It still blows my mind you played all of Midnight Suns, because Midnight Suns is a fucking great game. If Midnight Suns came out in 1500, people would be like, chess would never exist. Let's put it that way. St. Frangelico Cathedral Library. This is like me trying to buy cheese at a place that's not Safeway. What the hell is St. Frangelico's Abbey Cheddar? Why is the shit 90% more expensive than Balderson? Balderson mentioned. Balderson got that good. I wouldn't phrase it like that, but you're not wrong. I don't buy that anymore, though. What I buy, there's a local grocery store. For some, maybe I'm getting marketed to, okay? But here's what they've done with their basic cheddar cheeses. Miyazaki called. He wants his ooze back. The cheddar cheeses have the deli label printed on them. That's like, you know, $3.79 per 100 grams. This is like a $9.30 cheese. But then on top of that, but slightly offset, they have a sticker on it that says special, $7.99. So I go into the bin and I'm like a damn raccoon. I'm trying to get the maximum amount of cheese for $7.99 I can. I'm like, this one's only $9.13 regular. This one's only $9.38. Then I find one that's like $9.61, and I'm like, oh, $1.63 of free or slightly discounted cheddar cheese. Sign me the frick up, samurai. Oh. I should have seen that coming. Indiana. Legion Caliber. Raise the hardness and density of Legion arms. And a buffet for dinner. This place is cursed. You cannot leave. Wait, where are you going? Oh, maybe they're right. Oh, never mind. You check the mathematical calculation. Every time you'll find my mathematics are correct. All of the time. Well, what can you do? There's no conspiracy theory about Midnight Suns, okay? It's just a good game. Honestly, I'm not surprised that a lot of people in chat don't like it. It's probably one of the hardest games ever made. So it's probably a little too hard for you. You go back to playing Honkai Star Rail or whatever. But for those of us who aren't afraid of a challenge, it's pretty amazing. When are you going to admit you want to play it? Listen, the fact that it's a gacha with a roguelite mode, it doesn't make me want to play it. But if anything was going to make me play it, it would be that. That being said, watching my wife play a little bit of it, I think I need to get a real job in the gaming industry so I can either be the greatest game designer of all time or be humbled. Like, all the choices you have to make in Honkai, it seems insane. It gives you like an essay for each choice, and it's like, this is Perfidious Mist. Perfidious Mist was fabricated in the glue glog 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 blue 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 blue, and then like at the end of the day, you're like, what's the effect of it? And it's like, oh, plus 75 basis points of lightning resist or something like that. We don't need all that shit. It should be called Lightning Shield. or lightning armor or something like that. No one reads those? Well then why the flip they writing it, man? I'm a simple man. You're like, I already know, based on the fact that I didn't heal after I got my SD there. That's why I love, I mean, I always talk about it. SAP, I think, is a great example. It's not a game for kids. It's just like, it's minimalistic. Things do damage. There's snipers. That's it. There's 6 keywords in the whole game. This is how we got up here. Yes. That's the damn dream come true. It's all emojis. Some people appreciate flavor text. Yeah, but like it's Baconator flavor. Like there's too much flavor for you to even taste it. No. Just kill me. I'm not doing the run back. Oh, I'm already dead. Play it and see for yourself. I'm probably not gonna play it. I'm invisible? I'm probably not gonna play Honkai Star Rail. Again, one person on the house, or in the house being into it is probably like fiscally the only, that's the maximum for our finances to stay as healthy as possible. I will say it looked good. Like when I was watching my wife play it, this is not like and I guess it's antiquated at this point. When I think of like a mobile gacha game that makes $200 million a month or something, I don't think of a game that looks as good as Honkai Star Rail. I think of a game that's like John Cena emblem. Yeah! And then it's like a little like John Cena like little pixel character like walks out looking all shitty. Gung, 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 gung. That's what I think of. So it does seem like Honkai Star Rail is like a real game. So I give it respect for that. It's not just like, you know, the pack opening part of Magic the Gathering, but none of the gameplay. It does look too complicated for my liking, though. Occam's razor dictates some people must love complicated mechanics in games because they keep making them. I'm just saying that if any of you fuckers were around in 1500 when they made chess, it would be like, you know, oh, we got a perfect game. What should we do with it? Oh, I got an idea. What about same type attack bonus? Knights do more damage when they're attacking bishops. Bishops do. We're giving all of the pieces hit points now, and then you can get equipment. You can get relics from chess that you can place onto your pawns that have them. They can actually move 2 spaces diagonally now, but only if they're against someone who doesn't have the Heart of Tarask equipped. And it's too much, man. For me, it's too much. I thought that would be a load-bearing table. Yummy. Ah, the staircase. Call me true crime documentaries the way I almost missed the staircase. +2? I don't know if you should +2 that, but it is probably the best true crime documentary I've ever seen. What are you doing? Oh my god, get him. No! I had him on the ropes. I saw that Netflix came out with a new season of the Murdoch Murders. What is this? That's Murdoch Mysteries. What is it called? You know the one I'm talking about where there was the boat accident in the swamp. It's not called Murdoch Mysteries. You know what I'm talking about. It's Murdaugh. The Murdaugh Murders. Netflix when a true crime documentary about murder gets so popular that they have to make a season 2. Oh. Whatever. This is not the way to go. Gulp. You ever seen... Sorry, this is... People they're not ready for this joke, but that's okay. Some true crime Andes are a little... I mean, they're invested in this stuff. Let's put it that way. I'll talk to you in just a second. Season 1 of Making a Murderer captured a nation, okay? Everybody said, did he do it? Didn't he do it? I don't know, but one thing I do know is that everybody involved in the justice system in Manitowoc County, Wisconsin should be fired. Came out season 2. Lawyers out here like trying to get lip prints off the back of the dude's bumper. I was like, oh, he did that shit. Season 1, it was like there might be like it seems like maybe he is a frame job. Season 2, the lawyer was like, Your Honor, he had diarrhea during the time the murders were taking place, so he couldn't have possibly committed the murder. I'm like, oh fuck, he fucking did that shit, man. You would not be using these defenses for an innocent man. I'm not on the jury. I can say whatever I please, okay?
I'm surprised to see who's, well, alive. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Cecile, and I serve the Archbishop. I'm the only one left. Everyone's dead. From the petrification disease, or from the monsters. I didn't die. But my heart breaks more each day. Can you do me a kindness? Bring me
She got the damn midden on.
mark from the Archbishop's quarters. The Archbishop was a true saint. He was my savior. If I write his words into my heart, maybe it'll give me the strength to carry on.
I've never been summoned for jury duty.
I can't die. But perhaps
Something is definitely wrong with my brain, because I think I would love to...
bring me the whole
I think I would treat it very seriously. Like, I don't want to get summoned for jury duty, but I think if I were summoned, I would treat it so solemnly. Like, I would follow that shit to the letter of the damn law. But I think as soon as I told them my job, they would be like, there's no shot. Like, what? Okay, Mr. Letourneau, what do you do for work? I absent-mindedly rant for like 5 hours a day live about whatever's currently going on in my life. Like, oh, could you avoid discussing any pertinent deals of the case with 7,000 strangers online? I would be like, I could try. No promises. A jury's kind of messed up though, right? I mean, like, I understand the desire to get judged by a tribunal of your peers. But, like, normal people don't know anything about the law. Have you ever heard someone, like, get accused of a crime and then everyone at the coffee shop is like, they're innocent? No, people are bloodthirsty, man. As soon as someone gets accused of a crime, the average person is like, they fucking did that shit. Lock them up and throw away the key. Sometimes they're right, but like at the same time, you know, you're supposed to have Let's not go down there. This is not related to Russell Brand, I promise. I'm just saying, like, if my ass was on trial, I'd be like, give me the judge. That guy's got a boss that he's beholden to, that he has to follow the letter of the law, and, like, I might be fucked, but at least, like, he knows what he's doing. If I get in front of a jury, I don't know, they might just be like, I implicitly dislike him because he has no hair. And then the judge will be like, does anybody on the jury have a problem with the defendant? And they'll be like, no. No, thank you. Anyway, hopefully it never comes to that. It is wild that judges are elected in America. Like, that's crazy. Because then it's like the jury's picking the damn judge, which is just... It doesn't solve the problem, in my opinion. Yeah, I know. Maybe not in all jurisdictions, but definitely in parts of the U.S., you elect judges, which is... seems crazy. Like, I feel like sometimes you might want, like, an unpopular judge. Because, again, part of my bias, or at least my inclination, is to assume that the average person believes that being charged with a crime essentially means there's, like, a 99% chance you did that shit. I don't know the actual stats. That may or may not be true. But... aren't judges with, like, high conviction rates the most popular and thus the most likely to be elected? Like, I don't think maybe it's just my bias. I feel like it'd be tough to be elected as a judge if you're like, I'm going to be very understanding of the accused, and I'm going to be soft on crime. And my promise to the people of Manitowoc County is, if elected, I'm going to be soft on crime. Anyway, I don't know. Why would you phrase it that way instead of saying I'll be fair? I don't know. This is funnier. By the way, has Chibley returned from his flight yet? I need to hear how he did with the drink 2 to 3 beers and take a lot of snacks on the flight tech. Because I'm telling you, it worked for me, man. Is he nervous flying? No, I think he's just going to be bored because it's like almost a full day of travel. It puts you out. No, it makes my brain be happy because I'm eating and drinking. And what's crazy is people will be like, that's a lot of calories. So like you don't eat like a family-sized bag of Sun Chips every 2 nights just like sitting in front of your computer. But like on an airplane, it's like the calories count for double or something. Like it doesn't make sense to me. Stop attacking me! People will be like, no, I always start a new diet and nutrition plan as soon as I get on the airplane. I'll eat the 175 calorie dinner that they serve to me and nothing else. I'll starve and be bored the rest of the time. It's Ghibli! I ate an entire bag of hot fries for like 20 minutes next to an elderly lady, stained my fingers the entire trip. Okay, but how did you feel while you were eating the hot fries? Also, you clearly did not understand the assignment. So I did not say buy a bag of hot fries. I said buy like 8 bags of chips. One snack is not what I said. I did not say have a little drink and one snack on your 17-hour flight, okay? I wanted you to have almost like a feed bag set up. Thank you. One time that Ghibli did not understand the assignment. You screwed me. You screwed me on this one. Next time you fly, follow the rules of the damn road, okay? Are you trying to Hansel and Gretel him? No. What's the problem with flying for 23 hours? Your ass is going to be bored. You're going to experience malaise. How do you solve that? Do something that lights up the reward center of your brain. The only societally acceptable thing to do that would light up the reward center of your brain for that long, assuming you don't have a private cabin, is snacking. Run. No! I'm telling you, I'm recommending it. One day, someone in chat, apparently it's not going to be one of my friends because you can't trust them. One day, someone in chat is going to follow the advice and they're going to be like, it's true. I brought 3 different kinds of large snacks on my 11-hour flight and it flew by. I watched 4 movies while gorging myself, and it was like it took an hour.
Monsters everywhere. I need to grab my share and leave.
Looking?
Oh, that's odd. I thought I was the only one with a sound mind here. Sure I don't need to introduce myself? Note these golden wings? Yes. You guessed it. You don't know who I am. Preposterous! Everyone in Krat has heard of me. Do you live under a rock? I'm Alidoro the
Doctor Who be like,
treasure hunter extraordinaire. Yes, it's a nickname. I ditched my real name in the past. I'm looking for other survivors of this disaster, but it's...
Captain Jack Sparrow be like,
there's danger around every corner. Do you know of a place where I can take refuge?
Hotel Crad! You can go to Hotel Crad!
Civilized. Hotel Krat. Of course. A haven for all. And it's still safe and sound, you say? I have a lot of searching ahead of me, so why don't I lighten my load? Consider this an act of charity. A thank you gift. Take it. Since you're so helpful,
Thank you. Purchase. Rare Ergo. He collects rare Ergo. 7 coiled spring sword. That looks pretty cool. A dagger. With A. It's tail scales of technique with A. Dude, I gotta buy this. Extreme modification. Enables dodging even with low stamina. Perfect guard increases damage done with your weapon. I'm buying Farnsworth's cane first. I mean, that's a given. Holy dude. The Kingsman. Oh! So worth. What skills does it have? Fucking staying dry when it's misty outside? Bumping into other people that are looking at their phone when you're walking around because they don't get the memo that the shorter person has to lower their umbrella and the taller person has to raise their umbrella when you cross paths. I leave for a week, dude's playing Pinocchio. Chip, I just want you to know the exact same thing happened to me. And I thought it was insane too. I think Kate and I went on that cruise, and when I came back, everyone was like, oh, the Lies of P demo is so good. And I was like, really? Pinocchio Bloodborne. But then, with God as my witness, it's actually, like, really good. Defying all laws of expectation. And the name is Lies of P. Yes, I know. It's it doesn't make sense. None of it really makes sense. And I say that knowing I have skipped the dialogue throughout the entire game, but seems kind of cracked. Has he gotten to the P organs yet? Oh, I've gotten to the P organs. You don't sweat it, man. I know all about the P organs. You know what I don't know, though, is where the hell do I go? I think you're right. Let's get rid of this donkey mask, man. I'm over it. That's like way worse. I'll run Chalamet mode. I give 0 Fs, now they want me to give 99, make it make sense. I'm gonna be honest, Chibli, I saw some of your airport tweets and I was like, oh no, he's washed. Guy goes on one trip to Mexico and loses his sense of humor completely, but then you brought me back with that one. I'm gonna say you're not washed. I'm gonna say it's the Renaissance, the Chibli Renaissance. In particular, the tweet that said, "There's a pervert at the airport. I just heard the pervert at the airport," and then you replied to your own tweet and said, "I just killed him accidentally." LOL. That's one where I was like, what is he talking about? He was bragging about his sex tourism? Okay, well, listen, Gen Z, you have to decide whether you want to be funny or morally superior, okay? You have to, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. Oh, this way. Like, did you see the tweet about, it was like, OMG, I just overheard 2 women at a coffee shop talking, and one of them said, I don't drink coffee, and then the other one said, oh wow, you're so cool and edgy for not drinking coffee, and then the other one muttered under her breath, it's because I have an autoimmune disorder and I can't handle caffeine. The way you could hear a pin drop in the whole coffee shop, and you're just like, my personal guess is that that didn't happen. Just my 2 cents. I'm not a nothing happened kind of guy, but I don't think that happened, even though I could believe that it could happen. But then, also, the fucked up part is that they're friends, probably, because they're at the coffee shop together. And your ass just kibitzed on their banter, and now all of a sudden, everybody reading this, admittedly they're anonymous, but everybody reading this thinks like, wow, that one friend is like such an asshole, but you haven't been privy to the context of their relationship. And also, what they haven't mentioned here is that it's possible the friend who said that she doesn't drink caffeine most of the time is really annoying and edgy. Maybe she's constantly like, oh, I don't I don't eat croissants because they're made with leavened flour. So, you know, they took a stab at it once. They said, you're not like other girls. You're so different. Then all of a sudden, oh, they don't have caffeine hydrogenase or something. That doesn't make them a bad person. But it doesn't matter because the story didn't happen to begin with, okay? It had 102,000 likes. Society's cooked, bro. Friendly? When you pass the vibe check. Good evening, ass boss. So true. This boss definitely looks like the kind of person who, when you shook their hand, would say, well met. Spider. Good risings, Pharaoh. Good risings to you as well. This boss definitely looks like the kind of guy who would tell you after you shook hands that the reason they shook hands in ancient days is because people typically held a concealed blade in their left hand. So by shaking hands, you know what I'm talking about. We don't need to follow it the whole way down. Well, you got me. Somebody watches Love on the Spectrum. I do. I have seen Love on the Spectrum. I don't remember that from Love on the Spectrum, though. But I'll tell you, now that you mention it's from Love on the Spectrum, I know damn well that's something Michael said, isn't it? Where's my hug-ass boss? That's damn true. That is damn true. Good start. Oh! I blocked it! It's pretty strong. Have you tried dual Zims? Is dual Zims some kind of new drug, Chibli? Is that like an elf bar? Not my ass going to Tim Hortons and saying, I'll take a double-double and an elf bar. Leave him with the damn chemical dependency. That's like way too few +2s for what I thought it was going to be. I thought that one was kind of clever. Oh, well. When you're wrong, you're wrong. He's really kicking my ass, huh? Who is this in Pinocchio? This is Jiminy Cricket, I think. Before he wished upon a star. I thought I was doing bad against this boss, but you're making me feel good about my gameplay. Oh, well, are you fighting God with an umbrella? Just a simple question. Are you using some kind of sword? My ass got the damn galoshes on. Those were big parries. Until I got killed immediately after, that was big. He's scared! That's an ult opportunity. Oh, that's not that much damage, but it's gonna be tough to dodge. Help. Parrying doesn't look as intuitive as Sekiro. Well, you have to remember here, I'm fighting a creature that I've never seen before on planet Earth, you know? Like, this is, it's hard to have any intuition about this guy, because, just being honest, I don't know what the hell he is. We are probably not finishing this in 16 minutes, if I had to guess. I didn't read the whole comment, but I saw this is my Scrum Master when I tell him, and I'll give you a +2 for that instinctively. I'm just going to assume this is my Scrum Master when I tell him I didn't update the Trello board with today's deliverables. Wait, you put an orange tag on a non-urgent task? Come on. Open. The umbrella ult is it opens? Scrum is BS. I learned a decent amount of Scrum when I was in coder school. It better not be BS, man. Because that's like one of those things, if I find out it's BS, like bringing your own bags to the grocery store or recycling, I'm going to be pissed. Because I had to take time off from learning coding to learn some shit that I don't even care about, like how to go to a meeting every 15 minutes about what you're going to be working on that day. He's crazy. How about one of these? I'm insane. I'm dead. Insanely dead. You need it for large projects? Well, listen, don't insult me. I made some large projects. I don't want to brag. I made a Roman numeral converter, where if you put in a Roman numeral in alphabetical characters, it'll spit out what the Arabic numeral is that it represents. I only did up to 10,000 though, because writing 10,000 different switch statements took up a lot of time. Good start. Easily the worst performance I've ever had. Oh, man. Humor, resident sleeper. Programmer humor. By the way, I know, so did DALL-E 3 come out? Is that the new AI revolution? I did see a viral post that was like, here's what DALL-E is capable of. I told DALL-E 3 to make me like comics, like newspaper style comics with these props. It got me laughing so hard because one of the ones that was taken as like an example of the power of AI was like this is a programmer on vacation. and it was just the dude was on the beach, and then he made a sandcastle computer. And this was like, check out how insane the tech is. And in a way, I will say, this guy's cooked, man. I will say, it is impressive. I can acknowledge how impressive it is. That AI can make a bad newspaper comic. Like, some people were like, this is funny. And I think that's insane. But humor's different for everybody. But I thought it was, on a technical level, it's very impressive that it could make a very shitty newspaper comic. And then on a human being level, I was like, who cares? I'm really trying hard to have, and I have to remind myself, as fucked up as it is, I have some responsibility with what I say because of the fact that for like 1,000 people on Earth, I'm the most famous person. Not that many people know me, but there's like a small auditorium full of people worldwide for whom anything I say is gospel, which is crazy. So I'm trying to have what I would describe as a balanced opinion on AI. I don't want you to be parroting my ignorant statements about AI out there and then getting shellacked in the marketplace of ideas. There's two things that bother me about AI, three things. One is the promises of how much it's going to change our lives before it's changed our lives, and thus the insinuation that if you don't see where things are going, you must be stupid. Like, we don't have to show you how good it'll be. You should just use your imagination. That annoys me. Secondly, a seeming obsession with using AI to supersede human-created art. And this is just for me. I don't want to see a cool picture made by a robot, because I don't think you could just look at like a painting or a poem or something like that and be like, wow, that's so much better than a poem that I could write or a picture I could make. Part of what gives art meaning is the fact that another human being like me created it. If a robot is just mimicking that and doing its best job, there's nothing, the poem doesn't exist except to be created, which is interesting in its own right, but it doesn't stir the human spirit. The third one is that the people that I see that are most evangelical about AI seem to be running in the same circles as the people who were extremely evangelical 3 years ago about crypto completely changing the world, which has not happened yet. And as a result, I suss you a little bit, because we've been down this road before. Now, AI seems like it could be the real deal, but again, we're circling back to point number one. I need you to show me first this time, okay? My ass is not going to be like, oh, my CIBC checking account is going to be running on the Ethereum blockchain in 2024. You got to show me, man. I know I've said this exact same thing before, but I feel like I'm becoming Brad Pitt in The Big Short. Like, I'm so close to putting my house inside a Faraday cage. I understand the irony as somebody who makes his living on Twitch. But I'm at the point now, when we were at Science World, I was losing my mind because I took my kid to use the potty, and the whole bathroom they've gotten rid of all mechanical pumps in the bathroom, okay? The faucet is motion sensor, the soap dispenser's motion sensor, It's got the Dyson one where you just put your hands in like you're about to touch a plutonium rod. And then I do appreciate this. It also had a hand-wavy paper towel dispenser because those Dyson fuckers don't work. So me trying to wash my hands, I go to the sink. You got to go like this 20 times so the sink actually figures out that your hands are there. Then you start washing it, and it only gives you 1 second of water. You're supposed to wash your hands for 20 seconds, but it only gives you 1 second of water. So every 3 seconds, you're going like this again. Then I'm going to the soap dispenser, and I'm getting soap in my left hand, and I'm putting it on my hands. Then while I'm washing my hands, the motion sensor soap is too sensitive, so it's dripping soap onto my damn sleeve. Now I got my sleeve up to the motion sensor faucet going, trying to figure out how to get, and every time I do it, I'm getting soap on my elbow. We've gone too far. I know I seem like I'm passionate about one thing, and it's like public bathroom design. We need to go back to like the 1990s public bathroom setup. A mechanical pump on the soap dispenser, a standard faucet. It doesn't have to be 2 knobs. It could be a lever or something like that. The pump on the paper towel where you go ka-chunk and an appropriate amount of paper towel comes out. We don't need the electricity for this. We don't need the batteries. We don't need the sensors. We don't need the Wi-Fi chips, okay? We just need a button you can press. We need to go back. And we need urinals with dividers between them, if not the bathroom entirely becoming a stall. We at least need the divider. Please, we deserve nice things. People are working hard out here. Not me, but people. Thought I had you on that one. You got me. I was flicking through channels, found you, and I gotta admit I've been nodding enthusiastically at every take. Oh, I've got my finger on the pulse of the everyman. Why did I say that with an Amish paradise cadence? Saying prayers for the afterlife. So I'm like, listen, I'm not an AI doubter. I'm just you gotta show me first. I'm not gonna give you the keys to the kingdom until I at least see that you got a keychain, you know? Check it out though, it made one picture where like the roofs make a spiral. Yeah, and that one looked pretty good. But then like the rest of them they made in that style looked like utter dog shit. Just, I mean, a broken watch is right twice a day is all I'm trying to say. That, I'll admit, that image goes pretty hard. First time I saw it, I was like, this is kind of cool. Then the rest of them, I was like, these fucking stick to, just frame that one up. A hearty huzzah to you. Shut it. But also, people aren't ready for this take either. I also feel the same way about like AI evangelicals that I feel about people who say you're naive if you don't think there's other intelligent life in the galaxy. Listen, or sorry, in the universe. I'm not anti-science and I'm not anti-alien. I'm the only motherfucker who still thinks that those Mexican aliens are real, okay? I'm willing to die on that hill. I just get annoyed when people say like, that you would be stupid to think that there aren't aliens. I'm not saying there are and there aren't aliens. All I'm saying is you could believe that there are, you could believe that there aren't. Neither take makes you stupid because we don't have any evidence either way. I get that the universe is big as hell. It's like it's bigger than the biggest thing I could possibly imagine. But we haven't seen evidence of aliens yet. You don't have to be naive to not believe there's aliens out there. The evidence is us. Come on, Ridley Scott. Come on. It's narcissism if you think it's just us? No, it's not, because I'm not saying it is just us. But I mean, I gotta see the aliens to know that the aliens exist. Or at least see like evidence of them. See like an alien TV show or something. And I'm not a narcissist, I'm just a guy. This is why is it always an ad hominem attack? If you don't believe that there's aliens out there, even though we haven't seen evidence of them, you got to be either stupid or have like a DSM-5 personality disorder diagnosis or something like that. That ain't how science works. You ever hear a scientist talk? People who I freaking love science talk like that. Actual scientists are like, well, according to the p-values of the beta radiation given off by the differential, the delta between the expected value and the actual value is insinuating the effect. And then it's the reporters who are like, aliens fucking exist, bro. Hey, stop it. You got me, kid. I got one more in me. I'm just saying, if someone said, do you believe that aliens exist in the universe? I would say, I don't know. Because I don't know, because nobody knows. But if you ever say, I don't know, people are like, don't you know how big the universe is? It's crazy to believe, yeah, it's a 1 in a billion chance for, like, intelligent life to exist on any planet, but there's like 1 trillion planets, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't know, man. Sometimes you flip a coin 8 times and it comes out fucking tails every time. It happens. When we see the aliens, I'll be like, whoa, aliens. I'd have to be a narcissist to believe that those aliens aren't real. And clearly I want to believe, because I believe in the Mexican alien. Oh! We're so back. I'm just gonna say it, by the way. I saw people saying this guy's really hard. Phase 1 of this guy, I'll just tell you right now, is very beatable. I can't speak for phase 2. We haven't been there yet. Oh no, is he a phase 2 after his health bar dies kind of lad? Nope. Command grab? You command grabbing son of a bitch. How was it? Was it built for speed or for pleasure? This is Vince Vaughn plays Liza P. What's this? No, I was ulting. I was in the pool. Oh, dude, he's so beatable. He's so beatable. We run it back. The heck am I gonna do for lunch? Is it weird that I find Vince Vaughn kinda hot? I don't think so. You know, he's charismatic, he's tall. I mean, it's not my flavor, it's not my area of expertise, but I can see it. I mean, I'll just be honest with you. If you go outside, and I'm speaking from a man who's looking in the mirror as well, Vince Vaughn, and probably almost any actor in Hollywood, clears like 95% plus of people that have the same like meta stats as him. So I don't think it's weird at all. Ult? No ult, no ult, that's okay. Who's the hottest male celebrity in your opinion? Definitely something in my area of expertise. I mean, I can't. I honestly, I know this sounds like something that you would say if you didn't want to own up to the fact that the dudes who own MF Bar are gay. You have to go earlier into the stream. It's a callback. I don't feel like I can give you a good answer because I'm not attracted to men. Like, I can tell when a man is handsome. But like now, if you were to ask me like who's the hottest guy in Hollywood, I honestly don't know. If I were to say what's my kind of lad, I couldn't tell you. But what if I said something in the vein of a Stanley Tucci or a Jeffrey Wright? That's my answer. Take it or leave it. I'm not just saying Stanley Tucci because he's bald, though the baldness serves him very well. Jeffrey Wright, for real? He's got a look to him. He's bald too? So what? If you pick two celebrities with hair, I'm not going to be like, oh, not even a single baldy amongst them. You pick two bald guys, everybody's like, oh, he's got a fetish. A little follicularly normative of you, wouldn't you say? That's not a thing. Yeah, but you're bald? That's what I'm saying. It's not a fetish for me. It's a way of life. My weapon is decayed. My weapon is in good shape. I'm like P, I am lying. There was an ult opportunity. Get him! No! Ult him first. Then follow up with this. Then run away. I'm inclined to say Liza P, without a doubt, has the umbrella of the year. Build it. Build it. Build that meter. No. Oh, I got one more in me. Nope, as always, it's Enter the Matrix, the Shadow of Morpheus. Favorite female celebrity? I don't know. I think it's like the most... Chipley, are you here? Is there a more middle-aged perverted energy than like being a man who's like, I think the hottest female celebrity is this person? I would much rather weigh in on who I think the hottest male celebrity is than be like, oh, I fucking love Judy Greer or something. It's the energy of like a man who jerks off to Sports Illustrated Swimsuit Edition. Guy who's like insanely excited for the Victoria's Secret fashion show on TV tonight. OMG, that's tonight. Hey, I got the TV tonight. I got the TV tonight. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Are your parents living with you right now? Yeah, they can probably hear me through the walls. But it's okay. This morning I said, take a hike, Mom. I've got to work. I literally texted her. I said, here's some good hiking spots. I don't know if they went out, though. They might have just stayed in. They're probably still a little jet lagged. Oh, man. Come on. Come on. That's sweet of you. Thank you. I'm very appreciative of them being here, and I'm very appreciative of them spending time with my daughter, helping out with the daddy-daughter time. Hiking's got to be hard if you're a toe walker. Nah, I'd be walking, man. I think just yesterday, Samsung Galaxy Health app, it tries to neg you. Like yesterday, I got a notification. It was like, you met your step goal. Congratulations. First off, act like you've been there before. Secondly, then I opened the app. I'm not going to show it to you just in case there's relevant information here. My step goal was automatically set at 6,000. I opened the app, 21,356 steps. Like, could you not send me a more pog-rich notification than you beat your step goal when we like 300%ed it? Yeah, they don't got the AI on that shit. You can raise your goal? I'm not going to do that. It would make it harder to beat. Dummy. Are you silly? I've been happy about the fact that my goal has been set under what I normally walk on a daily basis. I do just love walking, though. It's kind of upsetting. My daughter's growing up, so she doesn't like to take naps in a stroller anymore. I own you? I still own you? Okay, he thinks he's hot. I saw it coming. I saw the comments saying he thinks he's hot. I said it ain't going down like that. Horrendous timing on your ult. Do something. No! Yes! It's a dance. It's a delicate walk. I got one more in me. I got one more in me. But this one should really be the last one. Good sleep. I know I said it before, but I'm stunned how well I slept on the couch. I never considered myself a couch guy, but Kate's gonna have to find a different way to punish me. If she's ever like, you're sleeping on the couch tonight, I'll be like, no, don't do it. Don't make me sleep on the couch. Wrapping my queen-size duvet completely around my body because the couch is the size of a single bed. Getting cozy as fuck. That hurts. Another great thing about the couch, underrated thing about the couch, it's like 10 feet from the kitchen, bro. You ever wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, oh, I want a glass of water, but I'm like, I don't want to go all the way out to the kitchen? Guess what? There is no all the way anymore. It's right there. I got one more. I would never pop open a Midnight Coke Zero. I don't believe that caffeine... My toxic trait is believing that any amount of caffeine that's less than 1 cup of coffee doesn't hit. That being said, at midnight, all the rules are out. Strange but true. Note to the YouTube viewers, they did not say strange but true. I made that up to make it sound like people were agreeing with me. I'm not saying caffeine is fake. I'm saying 1 cup of coffee is the minimum viable dose, okay? Obviously caffeine works. I need to have a cup of coffee every morning, otherwise my ass would be cranky as hell and then start to get like a runny nose. It's like genuine chemical dependency. But it's 1 cup of coffee. There's no such thing as like half a cup of coffee. Even if you drink half of a cup, it's either a full cup or it's 0. It's a Boolean. There's no like this is semi-true. Not in code at least. I'm insane. I'm out of stamina. Oh, I got one more in me. I got one more in me. You know, we have too many if statements. We've had too many if-then statements. You know what coding needs? I think it needs an if-well. I'm trying to come up with a punchline. Maybe that's one of those jokes that I let you finish the punchline and then you laugh because you made it. Why the fuck juice so expensive? And do me a favor, don't give me a real answer. Just make it cheaper, okay? The people have had enough of it. God is my witness. I'm just being real with you. I forgot what every single button on my controller did at the same time. In my head, I said, what's dodge, what's block, what's attack. I had no idea what I was gonna do. I got one more in me. I did. I got factory reset like Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story 3. This is the actual last one, though. That happens to me on the highway sometimes. Dude, I think about that all the time. Like right now, I can tell you, if you want to signal right, you push the stalk up. If you want to signal left, you pull the stalk down. But catch my ass, like, signaling properly. But if you asked me how to make the signal, I could not tell you. Like, at least 20% of the time. You got it the other way around? I got one more in me. I don't have it the other. No, that's a right. That's a left. You guys, you failed your driving test. Why am I letting Gen Z internet anonymous chat tell me how to drive my car? You don't even think it should exist. If I wanted advice from you on how to lock my bicycle so that it doesn't get stolen, I would come to you for advice. I'm sure you're authoritative sources. My ass ain't good with the damn U-lock, okay? If I want advice on parenting or driving a car, I talk to somebody with gray hair. It's that simple. Well, maybe not driving a car, but... Can't see shit, bro? Go ahead. We win these. Window. It's so funny that just parrying enough eventually staggers the boss. It is like he said, like, damn, shorty, okay. It's like you annoyed him to death. Boss is like, no, he's kind of nice with it. Okay, one more. That's it, though. One more. We're so close. Go F-Zero? At some point, I will play more F-Zero. I'm playing Lies of P because we've had a dearth of single-player content on the stream lately. Single-player, like, I don't know, linear story. It's not really story-driven, but you get the idea. Like a game instead of a game that is just rounds. We haven't had the space this week to really entertain the thought of variety. That hurts. Huge. In this household, we earn the Estes. I mean, we gotta do one more. That's just ridiculous. Dude forgot to fulminate his umbrella. Check gear. I always think back to that famous Magresta tweet that only I saw because it was about me. It said streamers will really get like the boss down to one hit and then die in a Souls game, and 100 people in chat say you should change your weapon. This guy, he's beatable. Sometimes you just gotta get better, man. I'm not saying that like mixing it up with the plan wouldn't hurt, but it wouldn't help, I guess. But sometimes you just gotta lean into the uncomfortable feeling that like, I'm just not doing good enough. It's not like, oh, this boss is scissors and you've got paper equipment, bro. You gotta take your ass back to rock. This is the paper administration. Wait, hang on, we can do this? Take your ass back to scissors. We in the paper administration in this bitch. We going to rock. Librarian, can you hook me up here? We got one more in us. This is the last one, though. My friend literally suggested I respec my whole Elden Ring build because I had trouble with Moog. It's crazy, man. People will be like, oh, you got a C+ on your biology 407 midterm? Have you thought about changing your major? It's like, bro, I got 2 courses left. That's it. I just got to study. If you're going to change your major, you should change it because it's biology. Not because you're not doing well. Why did that go so well? I got one more in me. I'm mashing every button I got. I was hitting block and attack at the same time. Oh, dude. He loves this game. It's so cute. I know. I didn't expect to, get so captivated by Lies of P. It's pretty good. I mean, it's my game of the year so far. Yeah, but you can't even get butt fucked by a bear in it. Listen, kid. Where's the Jeffrey Wright mod? I'm a simple man. You put Stanley Tucci in that game, I'm there. I mean, I got one more. That wasn't even close. Why was the butt part so funny? Because butt fucked sounds funnier than fucked. It's why when someone said anal porn earlier, that was so funny. They didn't Sharpie a link to porn. They Sharpied a link to anal porn. There's just something about little helper words, synergistic words. It's like the way like banana tastes good and peanut butter tastes good, but banana and peanut butter together taste totally different but better than either of them. Right now, fucking ChatGPT 5 is like, note to self. Anal plus porn together increases human dopamine secretion by 71%. Run. The camera put out a fucking hit on me, bro. Whack. Okay, go again. I'm super dead. Okay, that should be it for now. Okay, slash marker, Lies of P. Okay. We'll get him. We should be live tomorrow. Everything's tentative on me not getting, well, or my daughter for that matter. Everything's tentative on neither of us getting whatever affliction is currently plaguing my wife, okay? So for right now, everything's good, but things can change. I am going to Twitch because I am not raiding the normal individual. Yo, Jay's playing Counter-Strike Global Offensive 2. Enjoy some Counter-Strike 2 at Jay's stream. And I will hopefully see you tomorrow. If it's any consolation, if I don't see you tomorrow, I promise you, I'm having way less fun than if I would see you tomorrow. So, see ya.